All right, let's party. How's it going, everybody? Sorry, I was fucking around a little bit. How you doing, Steven, on the YouTube side and on the Twitch side? How you doing? Turtles Ages, congratulations on your first. How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Rs? How you doing, Noodles? How you doing, Big Baka Ham? So, like yesterday, I like that was some like weirdly weird, stupid good news in my life. What to say? How you doing, Horror Loving? Nice. So, for movie night, the movie we watched yesterday was Gymkhana, and I was like, okay, I know I've seen Gymkhana. I probably have Gymkhana, just like somewhere in my drive. So I was like, okay, and I went to look for Gymkhana, and I could not find it. And I was like, well, I've been, because of the packing and stuff, I found a bunch of my other hard drives. And I was like, oh, I found a drive that for some reason I thought this was lost. Like I did lose some things when my PC died back. Oh God, it's been nearly 3 years since my PC died and I lost so much shit. But my big old folder filled with like my cool WebMs and then like and my GIFs and just like a bunch of other internet odds and ends. That was still kicking, and I was like, "Ooh, there's a treasure trove of fun bullshit that I have not seen for years." So I've been like slowly working my way through that. It's been kind of fun because like you can tell very early on when I discovered what VTubers were. But like I said, my like ages ago, like my first introduction to VTubers was like the Kizuna Ai generation of VTubers. So it's just like little bits of Kizuna Ai and a bunch of like Japanese indies who kind of like were doing the whole motion track thing and stuff like that. And I was like, well, crazy. Oh, no, annoying Orange. Listen. There's like a million different things if people want to go back in time and say this is the first VTuber. I don't care. I'm gonna stick with Kizuna Ai because she coined the name. I think that's fair. You're allowed to bring up Annoying Orange. I can't physically stop you. If anything, we live in an era where Annoying Orange, like basically the children of Annoying Orange are now arguably bigger streamers than a lot of VTubers. Like, I find the Burnt Peanut guy very annoying personally, but I'm also not like a 13-year-old boy who likes Tarkov, so like I have no interest in any of his stuff. But there's to the point where there's apparently a second one now. There's a second Peanut, like with like a cowboy hat, and I don't know what the fuck is up with that. Like I don't know who that guy is. Oh, okay, so they're technically building like a Hololive S Corp, but entirely through peanuts. Okay. How you doing, Black Grizzly? I'll go messy for this. The only thing I know is that occasionally people I know keep posting snippets of that sheriff guy's Discord, and it's like I feel like that Discord is like a honeypot for like it's gonna be one of those things where just like the vibe you can get from the screenshots. I'm like, oh, there's gonna be a crime in there at some point. There's gonna be a crime. Yeah, I got my messy hair. Oh yeah, but I actually got like, it's funny. This is not the best news that I have at the moment. This is like tertiary. Like I don't like. Here's the thing. I don't know how like the internet being the internet. I don't know how much this is bullshit. I'll just occasionally see like screenshots attributed to his Discord. I'm like, huh. All right. Like doing like circumcision checks and shit. And like that's one of those things that like you can fake Discord messages pretty easy. That's not a big hard thing that only like super elite hackers can do. But I also don't really hang out in like a normie group Discord, or like PP, like something that's not like hobby based, like TRPGs, war games, or whatever, or like VTuber or VTuber friend based. I don't know any of those, like what they do there. We're kind of still like, hey, let's go. I don't know. I have to imagine being Prestige and Phasmo is pretty legit. Hell yeah. Fuck, I keep forgetting. So I have gotten I got an apartment now. Yippee! I signed the lease as of earlier this week. I still have to do a couple of miscellaneous odds and ends for like insurance and getting like my power transferred over. But yay! I got a place to live. Yippee! I like living. I do like living. Living good. So I was like, oh, okay, so that's nice. Also, by the way, these are my veteran Sternguard for the minute. So like, I have had these guys, you know, so as I've been packing stuff up, I'm like finding things. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, it'd be nice just to get you finished so I could like pack you up and like get going on my merry way. Yeah, that's okay. I believe the walls are plenty spacious, so you should be able to like set up like a full like folding chair in there and some other nonsense. But I was like, you know what? I still got my Minotaur. I still got these guys. Like I got these guys kicking around, and I was like, they're like, they definitely still need work, but they're like not that far off from being done. So I was like, yeah, I should try to get them done. And so here we go. That's why like there was no indication on Sunday. It's like, oh, Hal's gonna be painting Minotaurs again. That's fine, you know. The kind of joke is like, you know, I think to a certain degree there is like a appeal of every now and then just painting a space marine. Like, I don't think I would do like a vanilla loyalist or loyalist adjacent marines on the regs, but every now and then it's fun, you know. It's fun. But yeah, I'm very, oh god, like there's a crazy bird in this lift. Like, finding apartments is stressful as shit. Mostly just because, oh yeah, I forgot I gave this guy an Alpha Legion. I forgot I did that. I forgot that I gave this guy an Alpha Legion symbol that I just like painted the rest of his armor color and was just not ever going to really call attention to. That was for a bit that I'm not really doing anymore. I could still, I don't know. I could certainly get rid of it. It'd probably just leave a big old chunk though. So at least for right now, I'm just gonna leave it on. I'm just gonna leave it on there. But yeah, it's like I got an apartment and I found my big collection. It was also kind of neat. I found a bunch of what's it called? I found a bunch of like my old TRPG notes from like way back in the day. Like way back in the day, like campaigns I ran for like local people back in like college and then like even some like high school planning stuff. How you doing, Steve? How you doing? Did you hear the good news? I got an apartment now. We'll be. And also been feeling real nostalgic because I've been just looking through these old like I think legitimately there was like a decent chunk of my life where like I'd come home from work and I'd just go check out like places for like clips and cool stuff. I think it's because like that's really arguably how I found out about VTubers more than anything. Which is like somewhere like just going to a place where people used to share videos like super duper on the regs. And then I was like, oh yeah, what's this shit? Like I think somewhere deep in my files, I'm assuming it's in there somewhere. There is a video of Fubuki Hololive, and she's just sad into a piece of like 2D corn floats in front of her face, and she gets like really happy. And at the time, I was like, I did not even comprehend that could be like a VTuber. I was like, wait, what the fuck? They come in flat now? And arguably, it's kind of interesting. We're also at a point where like, you can get really high spec into 2D and really high spec into 3D, and both of them are really high spec and everything. But it's definitely like 3D was kind of like king at first, then 2D, and then 3D. 3D I think just is always just gonna be a little tricky because it requires a lot more setup to like really put to use. Like I got a pretty legit Vroid that was made by the Happy Pocket that I just like barely fucking use. Oh shit, yeah. I was gonna see at one point if I could disable streaks, but you know that's fine. Hell yeah. Enjoy your streak while you can. Because I might turn those off because they make people feel bad when they miss them, and I don't want people to go into stream and feel bad. So it's like, well, I'll just cut the source to feel bad. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? Welcome. I'm painting Space Marine. I'm painting Space Marine. This is my second one, a Space Marine 2, if you will. This guy's like, definitely need to get the red a bunch like that. Okay, maybe I'll leave the streaks. Maybe I could also be totally like overvaluing like how much people give a shit. Maybe that's what's going on. Okay, I'll leave it then. I mean that also is just less work for me in general, so I'm not going to say no to that. But good to know. Your feedback has been recorded, and I will put it in my fancy business ledger. I don't have it. I actually did try to do that thing. I'm perpetually chasing the idea of like a perfect organization, note-taking, life productivity system. I was trying to do that journaling bit for a while, and it actually turned. Oh shit, we go in mimic mode already. Ah, there we go. Let me adjust myself. Hold on. we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. But like, it's the same thing that happens with a lot of those systems where it's like, it feels pretty good while you're doing it. And then if you miss it for like a single day, it's just like, it's gone. That like that. Maybe that's why I'm so iffy about streaks. I'm like, cause I have like, that my history with stuff like that, where it's like, oh, nope, I missed one singular day. It's ruined now. This no longer has any purpose and everything's fucked up. But, yeah. It's a fun high score. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, sitting down to watch some stuff for like a couple of hours each day, like that's really what most people do. Like the vast majority of people that will just like sit down and watch a couple of hours of stuff a day and then go about their lives. So it's not really that even weird. Like I know you're doing that self-deprecated thing, but like I know like very well-adjusted people who just do the same thing with a different medium. They just do it through like Netflix or whatever, you know? Yeah, so yeah, sometimes like there's like the whole, oh fuck, hold on, can I snooze those ads in time? Yeah, there we go. I'll have to do the big one soon. But yeah, like I think every now and then it's weird because it's like Twitch is like really wants to lock down who they consider like a real person. But also there's like there was a guy a while ago. I forget who he was. He was like some management thing or like he has like some like decent company connections to something or other. And it was like, yeah, you should viewbot. Everybody's viewbotting. And in fact, if you're not viewbotting, it's not even you getting ahead. It's you just not falling behind. And it's like, I don't know. I don't think I could do that. Like, I don't like, I feel like even if it worked, and I don't think it does, I think as much as that guy says it does, like I would personally, me myself would live forever in shame in my own brain. Even if nobody else knew, I would just be like, oh, fuck. Oh shit, oh fuck. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. And then it would just be like that forever. God, the sad thing is I like robot characters a lot. And the sudden, like, you know, everything to do with like the way AI stuff works now makes me sad. Because for me, robot characters are some of the cutest. I really love the idea of somebody's like, I was not programmed for love. And then someone's like, but I love you. And they're like, oh, that's like, mwah, chef's kiss, the sweetest nectar. It's so good. It's so good. Like she's not exactly that archetype, but like fucking like I guess Persona 3, mwah, chef's kiss, beautiful. But yeah, now people are just like, yeah, just associate robots and everything with the bad shit of Henrietta Hoover. That's I know Hoovers are vacuum cleaners. Is that just like straight up a vacuum cleaner? Oh, that's just the vacuum cleaner guy. Okay. No, there has to be more than just a vacuum. Listen, I guess maybe there is like the furry skill, but for robots, where like one side is it's basically like it's like a Mahoromatic, where it's like you're mostly humanoid looking, but you probably have like metal gauntlets or something like that. And I think Drossel's probably somewhere in the middle, and then you just have like actually a tablet or whatever. There we go. Also a brave little toaster. See, here's my thought. I don't consider the brave little toaster a robot. Like I know I've watched a brave little toaster before. Like just one of those movies, if not several. I feel like that has happened to me in the past. Like when I was like really young. But I was like, are those actually robots? I kind of assumed that there was some like animating spark or like a Toy Story thing going on there. Like if you were to gut the brave little toaster, you would not find robot parts. You would just find toaster parts. So like I don't know if I can put brave little toaster in the robot category because he's not really a robot. Like there's a like yeah I do know it's an appliance. Yeah, it is a toaster. I assume at some point in those movies the brave little toaster actually makes toast. I feel like it'd be kind of weird if he didn't. But yeah, I don't know, weird. Yeah, he's not brave little toaster's not a robot in my eyes. I don't care what that says about me. Extra bits. Like I said, I didn't think these guys are like got too much crazy stuff going on tonight, especially because like I just kind of like to get them done. Like, you know, These are definitely like, this is not going to be my best work ever, but I like these models like very, like reasonably well. So I know I got that stupid Twitch fucking 3-minute ad break thing going on. So I'm gonna get that out of the way. I'm gonna get that out of the way just because this is stupid. So let's BRB. I'm just gonna fucking just rip off this band-aid. Ah. I don't know why it makes you launch these so quick, but whatever. Wow. All right, corporate overlord mandated ad break is done. Yippee! Thank God. Stupid. Welcome back, everybody. That's another from the big old collection of bullshit that is now like now easily available for my computer. I guess I only grabbed my WebMs from the hard drive I found. There's like a decent amount of other junk stuff like that. Yippee! Let's go. I'm glad your cat is filled with meds. So they're, you know, long happy. By the way, how old is your cat? I guess I never really like asked before. I don't know. Is it rude to ask people how old their cats are? Like I've had cats several points in my family, but like there's always like some circumstances that required us to get rid of the cat before they really got into like, oh, you gotta give your cat its meds or else it's gonna be sad face. Which like I do miss my cats over the years. Like we've had like not like a crazy amount. Really, there's only like really one big one that I was like really particular on. That's how you doing, Oni? I don't think I gave you a proper hello. How you doing? I'm reminiscing about having a cat. I guess I've been telling you, I've been really fucking nostalgic lately. I don't know, my brain has been really big on just the past. Whoa. Oh, okay, so yeah, even so, like, it's one of those things. It's like, well, even if they were like the cat was like 0 years old, like somehow a fetus in a jar that you're like, oh, cool, and you just took it home and it just came out as like a cat. 10 years is, 10 years is pretty good in cat years. Like I mean, that's like that's a solidly old cat. Hell yeah. Let's go. Got some of these cards. Why did I do this? I know why I did this because I'm pretty sure these were some of the models back when the guild let me build models at work. For the very, very brief period of time where I had like the best, most productive lunch breaks of all time, and I just built models all day. They deny me my true power. Some butter chicken. Think about starting Imperial. Oh, you should. So apparently there's like a new like medium knight that's got released recently. So how you doing, Matthew? How you doing? Oh, best of luck with the Trench Crusade. Let's go. What are the factions for this particular game at the moment? I might be playing Trench Crusade this week, maybe. It's kind of out in the air because like it's that kind of inherent sad thing where with campaign gameplay, where it's like early on people are really gung ho about getting their games in, and then towards the end they're like, So I have been on my game 4, like waiting for my game 4 for a hot minute, which I need to do at least once because I finally got my fucking what's it called? I finally got my all my alchemy lads ready to party. Oh, well, that should be interesting because like the like big benefit about Trench Ghosts is that they get bonuses to avoid. No, okay, that's not fair. Dirge does have pretty decent shooting. I remember at the time, like, I have really not played Dirge since the original playtest stuff, and where it was mostly just like spam Visara Cannon, hope for best. And I think even back then the Visara Cannon was fine. I think it's gotten some buffs since then though. So that like, I supposedly there's a Trench Crusade campaign called the Malian Scouring, which I believe my local scene is like, all right, our current campaign is wrapping up. We were kind of doing one that was a bit more loosey-goosey, just kind of fucking around with the system to see what like kinds of homebrew stuff we could do. And I think they're like, well, the next one we want to be a bit more regular style, and like that, the Malian Scouring is done. It's not an official one, but it's like a fairly solid, from what I understand, like fan-made campaign. Like I know ages ago I was looking at it as like a thing to potentially run, and then I have not ran anything since. I need to get back in that. There's like there's like because I've been following a lot of people that do like a lot of like indie stuff. The idea of doing just hosting my own big one-day event where there's like a lot of custom minis and stuff being used, and like that does sound pretty great. I need to do that again. How you doing, Lords? How you doing? Yeah. So these are the Minotaur Space Marines. The big thing, these are the veteran Sternguards. The big thing I did is I replaced a lot of their helmets with like older Mark 7s and normally I think this squad comes with like 1 Mark 6 and 1 Mark 7. And I've added 2 more Mark 7s. I forget which one I added. I think this is the newer one. And I believe these 2 I added, and then they all have their little shoulder pauldron things. And then this boy, the leader, has a bit more Minotaur's flail. We got the tilt shield. We got the Turge. I still don't know how that's pronounced. It's like P-Turge. I assume it's pronounced Turge because I pronounced nothing right ever. So I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt that like my pronunciation is just bad. Which one of these was I just? I did these. That guy's not been done yet. This guy I'm working on. But yeah, no, these are the special lads that are huge dicks to literally everyone. They're great. They're great. They're fantastic. I love them for that. What I really need to do, so I've read the one book where they show up, but I need to actually read like the old like Forge World book, like really like the Bad Ab War books. Like I know they show up in there, and I have like very brief idea that they generally have a grand old time in good old Bad Ab. But I also know that there's another Forge World book where they have to deal with Necron bullshit. I need to read that as well. So I don't know if that was as red. It feels like the more coats I put on, the more coats I need to add again second time. But that's fine. It's gonna be all right. But yeah, no, these are the only reason I did Loyalist Space Marines is because I just kind of like this color scheme, and I will continue to like this color scheme forever. You know what I could do, actually? Maybe it might be a little spicier. I don't know. Do I have like a different burnt red from Proacral that I could be using that might be a little... might coat a little better? I don't know. But yeah, the Minotaurs are pretty legit. I've also been reading more of the Word Bearers book. The I think it's Apostle. It is. Don't be clogged. I can tell I've been using this paint enough because I'm actually feeling that it's like empty. Like I can actually feel like a decent squeeze on here, which is what makes me worried because last time I went to my shop to get some refills on paints, they did not have the ones I wanted, which made me sad. Take a sip as well. But yeah, like I said, every now and then I get the urge. Also because of a lot of other bullshit's been packed up. I've been doing a decent amount of hobbying, all things considered. I think I like put like a weird pause on my hobbying for a little bit just to like I still need to pack a bunch. I do still need to pack a bunch. Like I have basically I pretty much packed everything that I just did not think I needed immediately, which included like, you know, a decent amount of minis and whatnot. Oh, yeah, that... Oh, God. It is I think it's this one in particular. The AK aluminum... It's like the AK, it's either aluminum or like there's like a gunmetal. But like, it's one of these. It's one of the AK paint markers. I know specifically they have like a 3 set of those. Like, I think they have 2 different 3 sets. One of them is... like rusted metal themed, and the other one is I forget exactly what, but there's ones that come with like a kind of like dirty rust brown, that one, a gunmetal, and like that aluminum. But yeah, no, those AK paint markers are really legit. It's fine. Yeah, I need to do that especially. Also, how you doing, Spawn? How you doing? It's going pretty good, all things considered. I got an apartment lined up, which is good because that was a little touch and go for a bit. I'm working on some old Minotaurs of mine. Well, it's funny because I'm like, well, they're not that old, but I'm like, I did get these in the Leviathan box, and they are very much gearing up to an 11th edition, probably at some point. I did. Oh yeah. I did. So far, the current play seems pretty legit. The only downside is that they only really have Comcast for internet, which might not even be bad. I hear people bitch about Comcast, but I hear people bitch about every internet provider. But it's also like pretty close to some other places I like. It's got decent space. I'm not crammed in one of these like. Oh God, no. So I'm usually a chaos boy. I paint a lot. Oh yeah, actually, I can show you guys I finished up the Coalition Giant that I was working on too as well. I mean, doing that fucker, but it's not quite a Minotaur, but if I wanted to fuck around tonight, I do got this bad boy. I do got this, like, there was a guy who was just getting rid of his collection and he was just giving these out. I could paint him in Minotaur colors. That would be kind of fun, actually. Oh no. Oh no, I'm having thoughts. Let me at least get the red on all the guns so I can say I've done something with these guys. But yeah, so my favorite 40k army, I'm a big Word Bearers boy. Otherwise, Death Guard, Chaos Knights. I primarily play Trench Crusade and Turnip 28, though I also do, what's it called? I also do 40k 3rd edition, but I specifically play Chaos Space Marines and Lost in the Damned. Yeah, let me show you the lad real quick too. Yeah, the guy from yesterday. I darkened the brown on his base because it was a little too samey. I touched up the flag a little bit. Still wanted to look kind of purposely shitty. did a little bit of other touch up. I think I might need to do a bit on the rim. But yeah, I'm very happy how the way he turned out. Yippee! I've also been doing a little bit of technically fantasy, but like actually I'm playing OPR regiments. Oh hell yeah, fellow Death Guard enjoyer. If you want to see like all my stuff, I do have an Instagram that I keep pretty up to date. It's been a while since I've done Death Guard stuff though. I do got a couple lads just kicking around on my desk that I need to like continue working on a bit. I like every now and then I do a stream where it's like, well, you know, I have practically an unlimited. I'll say you doing, Tack. How you doing? I have practically an unlimited amount of Plague Marines, so I have a bunch of them just sitting around. That's just need to get around to doing. Death Guard are pretty legit. Death Guard were my favorite legion until I started getting into Word Bearers. And I like the Word Bears a lot. They're fun. Even though the Apostle as a book is it's so right now I'm enjoying it, but it's hitting the same notes over and over again. Basically, the like I'm also gonna zoom in a little bit more too because I realize I can. I need to clear off that side a little bit, but I learned the primordial truth. It was pretty great. Oh god, no, that's legitimately the mood of I got a killer deal on an army. This is now my army. That's the entire reason I have Starks in the Song of Ice and Fire game, is because I got pretty much the entire Stark range minus like a couple of models for like $100. I need to paint them more. I have not. And they went from the Plague, Death Guard Space Marine to see a Plaque Marine. Oh. So hold on. I'll tell you in a minute. How you doing? You said you're tight. I heard you. Who was talking shit about Minotaurs? Oh, Icarus, how you doing? No, I fucking love Minotaurs. I could do different warband colors. I was actually thinking about doing something similar to that. I have like I got these on my desk. Yeah, also these guys too. These guys are fun. I have these fuckers. So, ages ago, I bought a bunch of Marines in a lot. And somebody was like, I am going to make Plague Marines. And they certainly did a thing. And I actually like built them up and started to paint them. They've been on the back burner quite a bit. But it's mostly just taking regular Marines and like hot knifing them. But I did get a couple of the old classic like the old resin Plague Marine. So it's not like the entire army is weird makeshift bullshit. I do like the weird makeshift bullshit. I love buying used models. Oh yeah, Mortarion is legitimately a very, very pretty model. He's a very, very cool model. I painted mine like when I was like really, really new to VTubing. I'm gonna say quite a while. How you doing, Sam? Not a crazy amount. I'm just painting some Minotaurs. Nothing too buck wild. Just trying to get a little bit of red on them. Yeah, I mean, like, who can blame you? You know, like sometimes you gotta go face first in the chocolate pudding. It's what you gotta do. It's how you eat the most pudding in the quickest amount of time. But yeah, no, you are right on time for bullshit. You are right on time for bullshit. So even though I might be being led astray for like stupid ideas. That might legitimately be happening tonight for at least a big boy. I mean, it's not like he doesn't need painted. So like, you know, if I do paint the I forget what he was. He's like he's from, there's like a unit that comes with 3, and like I got one, and then a friend of mine got one, and then a third guy got one when the guy was giving these out during the swap meet. It's kind of like, well, these are cool models. So we should all just like take one. So that way it's like nobody feels like it's like, oh, you got all the cool models. Oh damn, that is a good deal. That's a real fucking spicy deal, my dude. Hell yeah. Well, congratulations on the spicy deal. I also have to imagine too, like there's like no real big dig on Votann, but like I know that the range was pretty limited. I know it's been getting better, but the range was pretty limited. So I feel like for 400, at least for like wave 1, you could pretty much have the entire wave. Like you just pretty much have like a decent amount of every configuration of everything. He's on my Instagram. The tricky thing right now with Mortarion is he's not fully packed. It would be a bit of a pain to get out. I'm not opposed to it. If everyone wants to see Mortarion, I can go grab him. No shit, actually, hold on, wait. I think last time I tried to move Mortarion, I believe he needed glued, so like he might need a little bit of TLC before I bring him out. Oh, have you checked out the new? Apparently, that new Halo war game is really, really good. I've heard very, very legit things about that Halo war game. I mean, definitely still paint your Votann how you want, but I'm just saying that like if you really, really want some Halo feeling, it's hard to beat that. Yeah, there's a whole Halo war game. It's kind of an interesting idea where it's a war game designed to mimic the feel and gameplay patterns of the like not even Halo the universe. It's Halo the like it's by Mantic. It's basically like playing Halo Deathmatch but as a war game. I've been hearing nothing but praises about that game for like a couple of years at this point, so I have to imagine it's pretty legit. I just have not pulled the trigger. I've basically played Halo 1 through 3 a million years ago because I played it on my friends' Xboxes and stuff. To an extent, like I wouldn't mind maybe giving like whenever I played with other people, I kind of, I was there to shoot shit with my friends and I really didn't digest the story at all. So like, I don't know, maybe one of these days I'll do like a Halo story gameplay playthrough maybe on stream. I don't know when. Would be funny too, because then I could just end it with like a big deathmatch night or whatever. That could be fun. I think they've released a bunch more elites as of late. I know early on it was pretty light on elites, but I think they got elites now and maybe some grunts and some stuff. I know the range has been expanding quite a bit. Like I know, so mostly just because like when I'm at the game store, there's like a aisle, not like a full aisle, but there's like a little section for that and for the conquest people, and they're pretty close by. So I'm like, oh, okay. I always take a look at both those games. I'm like, oh, those are both neat. Halo, I would probably play more than Conquest, not because of like any particular like. I mean, Halo's fine as a franchise. Like if it's your favorite game, that's not a big deal or anything. It's just I don't have that huge of attachment to it personally. But I will say it's a lot cheaper than Conquest, which is a gigantic army game that I would have to buy from scratch. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever play past 3. I feel. I mean, basically, like after 3, it's not really, it's just kind of like Microsoft and fucking around. So yeah, I don't know. It's like, because I remember doing certain missions and stuff, and I remember like seeing like is it a grave mine? I think so. The leader of the flood. And I remember stuff like that, but like very barely. I would like to maybe go back and give it a proper like, wow, I could actually digest this because me and my friend aren't drinking Mountain Dew. But I'm just like fucking just playing video games at his house. He was a cool lad. That's the thing. It was like it's fun. It's fun to play video games with your buds. But for retaining the story of Halo was just not in the cards back then. Like not even slightly. I never did play Reach. I never did play Reach or ODST though. To be fair. Those ones I'd be fine for playing. All right. Behold, Minotaur. Technically like an Ogroid Therian or whatever. I might use them for I guess I could use them for Warhammer, not Warhammer Fantasy. I could probably use them for OPR maybe. I could probably make that work. No, that's a mood. A lot of my early years were spent renting video games for sure. I've heard about them. I know Aslan posted some of those. I keep hearing little bits and pieces of it. Like, it's, I mean, I do like stories. So I'm okay for that. So like, from what I understand about the rumors, I'm personally fine with them, and I understand kind of if these are real. And I don't know. I'll explain what I've heard and what people have been saying, and we'll go from there. I'm gonna also use the rough iron. I'm basically gonna paint the armor on this guy like I do my Minotaurs, as in kind of like a funny little tee-hee ha-ha little bit, which I think is mostly dick plate, shoulder pads, gauntlets. I'm using rough iron for the base. Yeah, he's totally stable. So, from what I understand, from what people have been saying, is that the general idea, like, if the weird thing is, like, even if you go by the rumors people are saying, I don't think it's like people are like, oh, they're doing the old world, they're doing end times to Age of Sigmar, and like, I'm gonna be honest, it kind of reads to me more like the 8th edition changes, where they did like the big like setting update where they cracked everything in half. From what I understand, they kind of want to do the thing where they take all of the what's it called? That they want to take all of the sorry, let me grab a brush too. You want to take all the different realms and sort of mush them onto one planet. Maybe have Archeon just like nothing personnel, a bunch of people. How you doing, Liquorman? How you doing? I mean, do our Armageddon Steel Legion. I'll follow your dreams. Cause like, here's my thoughts on that, and like, I'm gonna say this as somebody who does not hate Age of Sigmar, and like little bits of the lore I've seen seem pretty legit. My thought process. So like, I know my comparison is I know people who hate a lot of the concepts of the Age of Sigmar. They hate the idea of the realms and the idea that the realms are like, what's it called? Like just the way they're put to. Basically, in the Age of Sigmar, there's like different elemental planes that sort of all the setting takes place on, and with a bonus one for chaos. And basically that's kind of how that breaks down. And like, I understand why they made those realms, because from what I understand, the original issue was that like, hey, you want to like 40K's got that big thing. What's it called? 40K's got that big thing where you can kind of do whatever. Like you can have a million billion planets. You can make whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You have infinite creative freedom, which is, is a good way to sell a game onto someone. But with fantasy, they're like, okay, you can't really do that. You could not really do that in Warhammer Fantasy. There were very specific countries. There are very specific regions with a very specific history. If you made like your army that has, your own country, people would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? So like, get the fuck out of here. So the realms made sense for that, but arguably the issue with Age of Sigmar, this is not me doing like, like rage bait, like YouTuber thing cross, is that the Games Workshop was incredibly stupid at the time Age of Sigmar was launched, and it suffered for it. So like probably some of the decisions weren't particularly great, and I do believe authors and other people have rage bait's fucking stupid. I do not wish to rage bait. But a lot of decisions were made by probably like the worst time for the company as a company that's functioning. So that probably wasn't the most ideal way to do it. And a lot of people were really upset about the idea to like, well, your guys are on, kind of like, Hish is the plane of light, I believe. And then, or maybe, I don't know. I'm bad with the names. This is not the settings fault. I'm just bad at the names, Effectively, like, the plane of death, and then the plane of, like, Gur, the like sort of like the beast realm. The untamed nature realm. Like, those are separate locations, like elemental planes. And like, the ideas are cool, but the idea is like the only way to really travel back and forth are realm gates. And like, I'm sure, and like, I'm also going from the idea that somebody who is not really engaged with the lore. And like, I feel like you could kind of do whatever there, Big table. Oh, that sounds fucking rad. I mean, that's the good way to play. It's, playing in a way that's more fun like that is I think just objectively better. But I know a lot of people that like were really hung up on that realm separation. So the idea that Games Workshop is like, we're going to take all the realms, squish them back together. I also do wonder if they're addressing the issue, like, you know, I don't mind the idea of Stormcast like basically regenerating, where they kind of get reforged and they come back more fucked up. That doesn't bother me at all, but that bothers a lot of people. So if we go by the rumors that Sigmar is getting ganked so they can't do that, that would make a lot of sense from like a pure marketing standpoint. Because what I'm guessing is that they are trying to court a lot of people that like, you know, would not want to do that. Like that they just kind of like don't like the way it's set up. I think a lot of people that do enjoy Age of Sigmar enjoy it as a game and probably don't mind if the setting has changed too much. And G-Dubs really, really, really wants to target these other people to try to get them to kind of like come aboard, you know? Well, here's the thing. I mean, some of it is the people who've gone back to the old world. There's also just a group of people that would like the introduction to Age of Sigmar. And once again, this just comes from the fact that Games Workshop was like a really dumb company at the time. Like Games Workshop almost died in this era. It's kind of like we take for granted that 40K is now like a cultural juggernaut and every other sci-fi franchise has shot itself directly in the dick. I agree. I agree with you, Tag Barrel. I 100% agree. These people just like, you know, it's just autism fixation. They don't like a thing. It's the worst thing ever. They will thrash against it forever. Yeah. That's also true. Like a lot of times, like the reason why I don't particularly care, like I'm not against the idea of the realm stuff, is because I do really like Planescape as a setting, and some people also really, 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 really don't. It was also the age of Primaris. It was also the age of the Fat Cast. There's a work in progress, and then there's a like finished minis section, I believe. If you wanna post minis. But yeah. If they're basically doing like not a whole end times, but sort of doing like a 8th edition 40K soft reboot, that would not surprise me in the fucking slightest. Like it's stuff that doesn't bother me, but it bothers a lot of people, and I think they're going to try to sort of like maybe like once again not soft reboot. I think they still want Stormcast, and I don't as far as I do think that there was like a little rumor they're like, yeah, and Nippon will get an army. I'm like, you are high as shit. No, listen, I fully believe that they would have Acheron do fucking his nothing personnel shit and kill Sigmar and like a bunch of other people. That doesn't surprise me at all. The idea that they would make just, you know, just like the old fantasy Japan army that like never really super got off the ground. I don't believe that for a fucking second. That part's bullshit. So yeah. I'm still of the belief that, like, until I see an announcement from Games Workshop, I assume it's bullshit because, you know, I'm a person who's been on the internet and I've seen people have been talking rumors like this for fucking like a million billion years. It's not a new thing. It's because the big thing too is that and I debate whether G-Dubs is actually trying to like court these people financially. Like, there are people that are like, oh man, the old world died. I love that setting. That was my setting. I loved it a lot. I loved all the places. Well, this is a bummer. And then there's the people that like, and then they saw that they're like, oh, old world's back. Yay, let's go. And then those people are happy. There is a specific breed of Warhammer nerd they didn't want that. Arguably, they never even wanted Warhammer Fantasy. What they wanted is an apology from Games Workshop, because they want Games Workshop to be like, I'm sorry, Derek. I'm just going to throw out a name. If your name is Derek, this is not actually a direct target. They want a theoretical guy named Derek is like, I'm sorry, Derek. Games Workshop made you sad, and it was wrong and incorrect. There are a group of people out there that like basically operate with that. Basically, yeah, don't take it personal, Derek. But like there are nerds that are like that. There's legitimately a non-trivial amount of nerds who treated Warhammer Fantasy like that. And these are the people that if you would have asked them, they're like, when was the last time you like played a game of that? Or like what models did you buy? They're like, oh yeah, no, I just used Perry miniatures and I never played. Oh, so you're kind of technically like whether you agree with it or not, Like whether like you are the reason why Games Workshop was like, oh yeah, no, we got to throw out the setting and make zero money. Like whether you believe that that's true or not, you are the type of person that Games Workshop believes is responsible for why like it didn't sell very well. But yeah, that was a very specific thing. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've been like those are the kind of people that make those sorts of rumors, and it's that's why I have a hard time taking any sort of like real big. That's why like I don't think the people calling it like the like the fucking like it's not Aegis Draft, the fucking it's End Times Round 2. I don't think it's quite that. It does basically seem like pretty much like 8th edition setting soft reboot kinda. And also, I'll see how it goes. If they mash all that stuff together, I don't know if that would change my opinion on the setting one way or another. I do understand though for the people that, because like the thing is, there are people who are like, yeah, I read all the books and buy all the books and play all the games, and I like the way the world is set up in Age of Sigmar. I do kind of feel bad for those people. I do feel bad for those people because, you know, they've been doing everything. They've been doing that theoretical like vote with your wallet thing. And G-dubs might be like, well, you didn't vote with your wallet hard enough, so sorry. Sorry, buddy. Also, how you doing, Zun? Thank you for the follow. And welcome to the workshop. How you doing? We're talking about rumors. And also painting Minotaurs, both big and small. This guy's not actually technically. This guy's like basically like a chaos ogre. They're called like ogroids, and I feel I don't know. That's another one of those dumb like Games Workshop trying to like make a fantasy name to claim so they can like get infinite money from it. Like I don't know. I still don't know if that was the, you know. I'm gonna call rat ogres until the day I die probably. Rat ogre is stupid, you know. Yeah. The ogroid. I don't mind like the Theridon. Like, you know, that's a name. Like that's a distinctive name, but like the G-dubs attempt to copyright fantasy names are very silly. That's got way too thin. I did see that. Yeah, I saw that there's like basically, because apparently they've been doing some tests to make like, from what I understand, the BattleTech people are like, hey, we want to keep the game mostly the same. Like we don't want to have to like reprint new like, you know, like units, cards or anything. We want all your stuff to be the same. However, we kind of want to make it so that like if your ammo explodes, you don't die, you're just fucked up. That's what I keep hearing. I am potentially interested in BattleTech. I kind of always remained like lightly BattleTech curious, but I've just never really like pulled the trigger. I have a couple of starter boxes. I have some of the mechs. I don't like the plastic. I fucking hate the BattleTech plastic. I'm super sorry. It sucks ass. I understand it's so you can sell an entire pack for $20 at a Barnes & Noble. And I think that's a good goal. And I think that makes sense. I hate it from a modeling perspective. But some of the new sculpts they were showing off look pretty legit. Yeah, I just don't like that. I don't like how rubbery that plastic is. Like if they're like those tend to have really bad mold lines. And if I see those bad mold lines and I like try to file them and it just makes things worse, I feel less inclined to work on the mini. Mind you, I could always just get like metal ones or like, you know, there are options. I should be getting more into the options for stuff. Oh yeah, how do you enjoy the playtest, yo? How do you enjoy the playtest? Let's see the darkness. I mean, here's the thing too. I will say. So I've already kind of like leaned myself out of this, so you don't need to follow my example. But like, here's the thing. Slaves of Darkness are still basically the exact same as their Warriors of Chaos counterpoint. So if you got some of those and got like a bunch of these conversion trays, which are like, you know, this is 32 millimeter. You could also play the old world with them. Which is, you know, double army. G-dubs does not want you to know this. You could run 2 armies for 1 armies. Real and true facts. gun detail. This is too bad. Talk about this is like not that complicated of a mini, and every time it's like, ugh. Blackbeard tells me nothing about. Yeah, I mean, I as somebody who likes Death Guard. That's how you doing, Big Gun? How you doing? As somebody who likes Death Guard, I think basically like every Death Guard unit name is stupid. I love Death Guard. I love their ideas and like all their cool lore and stuff and the minis and the gameplay. The names are almost universally bad for like anything in like the codex. It's like, you know, it's like Fart Master Shittimus Supreme or whatever. That might as well be the new Death Guard character. Like it's like all those names are super bad, or they just kind of mush together. It's the Blight Pox Boil Master. Like what does he do? I don't fucking know. Oh, this one busts vehicles. All right, cool. Yeah, because like I will say, because like Tallyman tells you a roll, and Plague Surgeon also tells you a roll. The Blightcaster, at least you're like, okay, that's probably a Psyker. But oh yes, the Noxious Blightbringer, the Lord of Virulence, the Lord of Contagion. Like, motherfucker, those are synonyms. Those are synonyms, buddy. What are you talking about? It's just that kind of inherently goofy horseshit. How you doing, Lana? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not being like back then Games Workshop was better. You know. It's mostly that Death Guard in particular have bad names. Death Guard, like, cause like I feel like, well, I don't know. Infractors and Tormentors isn't necessarily much better, but you know that's the entire Slanesh range for Emperor's Children. Or the Emperor's Children range is just kind of weird in general, so I don't know. Was Infernal Master. He's filled with Infernal. I don't fucking know. You're right. I might have. I know that they had the rules posted. I haven't really super looked into the new mostly just I've been trying to not look at new models for a while. I've been working on old stuff. I don't know. The mutilators, at least the ones that they showed off initially, were too. I understand that obliterators and mutilators are kind of Iron Warriors, so they don't want them to be too fleshy. If I got some, I would definitely flesh the ever-loving fuck out of them. I would add significantly more meat. They are critically lacking in meat to me. Otherwise, they're probably fine. Like I said, I don't have like a direct way they look off the top of my head, but they're probably all right. For me, it's weird because like. How you doing, Moss? How you doing? I'm working on Space Marines because I've lost control. But no, actually, no. My life has actually probably been the most controlled it's been for a while. So, like, here's my thought. Back in the day, the models themselves have never been great. I don't think there's ever been like a good obliterator model. However, I need to show that piece of art again that I really, really like because it's really, really good. Also, I'm going to delete some of the shit that I've left on here because I forget this one's gotten real crowded. I'll leave Marie Kondo though. That's fine. Goodbye, Gyaru Bulbasaur. I'll leave the fish though. There we go. This might be a little hard to make out details because it's black and white, and also this image is tiny as shit. And like I guess technically making it like fully accurate to the image would be difficult, but like I love this. Like for me, this is the fantasy, the big chunky like Tetsuo the Iron Man arms that is just like 8 different guns at once, and you got the like oversized sort of like Terminator-esque body, but with all the tubes and flesh and whatnot. That's fine. They don't do that. They do weird muscle diaper babies. They do the weird muscle man guys, and you know, I don't think I don't care for this bit anymore. the secretly an Alpha Legion bit I was having fun with ages ago, but I don't think I actually want that. It's not too bad. Not the worst. I might need to file it a little bit. I think so. I think there was a little bit of glue on there. Yeah, exactly. Because like that's the thing. They're part possessed as well. They're like a third between like a marine, a possessed, and a like a daemon engine, and they don't really get most of those bits together. I mean, okay. Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's do another one. If they aren't great, then why cost? Because Games Workshop. Well, if you want Games Workshop not to cost, you should check out my wonderful sponsor, Collectible Squids. There we go. I haven't done a proper Squid show in a while. Also, Squids was like, "Hey, Hal, we got a physical location in Florida now." I think Squids, you know, was in Florida as his like base of operation. He's like, "I got a shop now, yippee!" And I was like, "Cool. Hold off on sending me the thing I ordered because I'm moving." And he's like, "Oh fuck." Oh god, there we go. Okay, so this is all the pictures. Why? All the pictures that really show them off are incredibly low res, and I don't understand. There we go. This is fine. Okay, fuck it. This is gonna be blurry, but this is gonna share the point. So this is one of the official obliterator, the current obliterator, and it's like how did you fuck that up? How? Like like how? I don't understand how you do that. Like all you would need to do is just give it it's too uniform. It doesn't look like like it needs to look like Tetsuo the fucking Iron Man. I'm sorry. If you told me that this was a cultist like a cult, like if you call this like a cultist like Ogren like bio platform or something like that. An Ogren Hell Spear. Call it something like that. People would be like, "Oh yeah, that looks like it's an Ogren that's been fucked up a bit." You know? You kind of know what I mean by that? It's very strange. It's very strange. Yeah, he is very muscle diaper baby indeed. I own 2 of them too. And I was starting to paint them up, and I was just like, I don't know. They're also just awkward to paint. All the details are really tight and like close together, but the payoff isn't really there. So like you're like trying to get in between all the cracks and crevices, and the end result is just muscle diaper baby. So that part's like demoralizing. It's like, oh yes, I love putting in effort for garbage. Yippee! I love it. I will say, people generally sell the 2 parts on, like, you know, if you're not looking to buy new, people do sell the 2 parts on eBay. You can just buy like obliterators or some venom crawlers online. What's how you doing, that guy? How you doing? The new, yeah, I will say the new mutilators do look better. They do look better. I still think that they failed the fantasy for me, if that makes any sense. Like, I believe that like every mini out there ideally is trying to sell you a fantasy. Like I don't give a shit about Gilliman, but like if you do like Gilliman and you buy Gilliman and it's him with a big flaming sword of the Emperor standing on top of a dead Marine, you're like, that's the Gilliman fantasy I wanted. That's him, Gilliman. I understand now. You're allowed to think I'm wrong. That's fine. I don't you know, like no one needs to agree with my opinions on things. But I find that the current obliterators just don't they feel like they're like really making the fantasy for me. Okay, yeah, this boy's always gonna have a little bit of battle damage on there, but it's not the worst. Yippee! Let's go. Let's continue to get some metal on there, I guess. Yeah, actually, you're right. You're right. The Exalted 8-bound do kind of look like that. I think the Exalted 8-bound kind of have their own problems, though. I'm glad you like my Minotaurs. Thank you. God, they're also the ones, too. I mentioned this a decent amount, but, like, out of all the models I ever do, the ones that get me the most DMs, and I don't mean like a negative DM. Like nobody's being like, your Minotaurs suck and I hate you. It's always like, your Minotaurs rock. Could you please tell me how you did that? I get that so much from my Minotaurs. But specifically like the Asterian Moloch one, it's just kind of buck wild how people are like, he's beautiful. Tell me, how can I make Gilliman into large lad? I'm like 3D prints and pieces. I'm sorry. It's been multiple years. It's been multiple years. I don't remember the exact process that I used to make them. It does. Legitimately, I do think that's a video that should happen, but I also don't want to buy a new Gilliman. The only reason I had the original Gilliman is because my shop had a really mangled used one, and I was like, Now, wouldn't it be funny if I made Gilliman into Asterian Moloch, like, as a bit? This is before I was doing even, like, my YouTube is still very, very slow, but, you know. Usually, I think anything in this kind of like that scheme. Also, I also do Stormcast like this as well. You know. How you doing, 14? This is a Minotaur. Yeah, actually, hold on. Well, for the painting one, I very rarely build models on stream, but actually, absolutely, if you go into my backlog, there is the video of me painting that one. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of feel like that they could have done a lot more with the 8-bound and the Exalted 8-bound. They're possessed, but they look less like possessed and possessed. I don't get it. I guess Games Workshop was really paranoid about you using. Somebody was like, "Why do I need to buy this? I have possessed. I'll just give the possessed an axe or whatever, and then boom, Exalted 8-bound." I have to imagine that's what was going on because that feels like. I always assume that like if a really dumb, very dumb decision like that happens, that there's like probably some sort of like G-dub business fuckery behind it. I'm like, oh yeah, this wasn't creative choice. You were just paranoid that people would just make your own, so you made it different. Oh yeah, no, I like exactly. I like the Minotaurs because they're huge assholes for that reason. Exactly, you get it. On there. Yeah. I still need to get my wolfen together. I got so I was looking to do a wolf priest, but I want him to be like my version of wolfen style, and I think I found a good base model for it. It's gonna be a lot. Well, maybe I'll show later. Maybe show later. There we go. Yeah, there's like a lot of like mutual bombing and stuff like that, but yeah, no, like the Minotaurs are absolutely huge dicks. Carcharodons are huge dicks. Probably a couple of others that I'm just blanking on. I think a bunch of little nubbins that I'm just gonna get very briefly, and I'll probably come back and poke that later. Let's fire spawn the Minotaurs. You know, I mean, as a Minotaurs player, yeah, you probably should. I think if you want to stop fighting the Minotaurs, I do think virus bombing them is probably the correct choice. I think you kind of gotta. I think you gotta, yeah. But yeah, no, I agree. I'm wanting to do really mutated wolfen, and I'm planning and scheming. Really, just like I need to sit down and really find like what's going to be the starter model for my 13th Company Space Wolves, which are going to be interchangeable with Chaos Space Marines because I like to have an army that can do both. I'm basically wanting to build my wolfen as in that I want them to look like wolfen, but I also want it that if I want to run them as possessed, like so possessed in 40K now are on 40mm bases, and that's fine. But when you're playing 3rd edition, they aren't really built for the idea that they're on 30mm bases. They're 40mm bases. They're more like 32s. So I'm gonna make some 32mm ones, and I know Wolfen also are like technically bigger base as well, but I don't care. Yeah, I know that apparently like the red scorpions, I keep hearing that they have some like eugenicist side to them, but I don't. That's one of those things that like I'll hear, and until I actually like really read the material, I don't want to have like. It's really tricky being into like Warhammer stuff because like a lot of people have really strong opinions about things they don't directly know. And I want to, for at least myself, I want to temper that by trying to read and like research as much. Research is a bit of a stretch, but you know, I want to give something my own cursory glance before I believe it blindly and get into arguments with strangers on the internet about it. I think that's pretty fair. I think that's a pretty fair thing to do. Is that because otherwise you end up with like real annoying people out there? I need to like touch up the heads a little bit with the metal as well. This guy's got like a... Yeah, I probably need to come back with like a finer comb, like a finer metal brush for these. And that'll be fine. Shit, is it almost time for big ad break? I got an ad snooze. I can put it off. I think I get at least. I'm continuing to do ad math. I think I get at least one snooze per like period, so I can keep bumping things around roughly like about an hour each time, and that kind of works. Oh, that's totally a mood. Hold on. Do I have the guys I want to use for mine? Hold on. So. I do probably somewhere. So I'm gonna be mixing my like Space Wolf bits with 3D printed bestiarium parts because I'm a twisted fucking psychopath. I'm gonna say that. I'll show you in a bit. I'll show you like in a quick sec. Oh, okay. So like, at least for me, that reads more like very standard 40K stuff, you know. Like I don't think that's particularly like I don't know if that's notable compared to the ways Marines typically work. Like, I'm sure that there's some chapters that are like, yeah, fuck, whatever, send in the Ogre and I don't give a shit. It doesn't sound that weird, though. I don't know. But also, I do need to, like, turn on the heater because it was really, really warm. Really, actually, probably just need to crack the door. A bit of metal in there. Yeah, there we go. The boys are getting more done than they were. The lads are getting more done than they were. I can just get this little bit of metal and I'll do some maintenance shit. I also probably try to grab my Wolfen while on ad break. Cause I have them in a like I basically 3D print a bunch of little stuff and put them in these little reusable like sorting tins. They're plastic. They're like these like little like kind of like flexi cups I got from Target. They're really handy for 3D prints because I can just print a batch, put them in one of those, and then use them until that's used up, and then just kind of like shuffle it around. Yeah, fair. If you're getting ready to fight with the red scorpions, they start like measuring your skull shape. You're like, oh, you gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of there. I'm gonna murder you. Again, it sounds like they'll just kind of murder everyone though. So. Yeah. I guess they do kind of sound like xenophobic, like Black Templars. Yeah, it's. I've never been super like. I like the knightly aspects of Black Templars, but like a lot of the other things around them, I'm kind of like, eh. All right. Oh yeah, no, the current Wolfen are really stupid. So, like, these are going to be a little much probably. So, these are I forget exactly what line, but they're these kind of like weird, like. Man-wolf things from Bestiarium. So these are going to be my Fenrisian hounds. I need to print 8 of them for absolutely no reason. This guy's like mid-leap. Oh yeah, I think I can make him do... I don't know. I need to put some way that I can like rank him up. And do I have my... I think I have that little container somewhere. I can't find it like real quick. I think it's know that there's actively on my printer. That's okay. I'll grab my wolf when I'm on when the ad break comes up. For me, I feel oh yeah, the gorehounds. Yeah, okay, that's what they were. I was like I know they're bestiarium, I just could not remember the line to save my life. Yeah, I might need to do some tweaking on the poses, but like to make the unless you mean the wolfen pose. For me, this is really weird. I feel like their axes are what fucked them up for me. Like the wolfen ice axe makes them look like they fucking like picked those up from like a WoW raid. Like, and I don't even hate the idea of like the space wolf like magic axes, or like, you know, like totally not magic axes. Those are fine. It's just that on the wolfen, for some reason, because of like literally everything else about them, I find that they look extra strange. To Grey Hunters. Hey, let's go. I need to start on mine. I've like I said, I've been planning this project for a while, and I keep going to people who are like, ooh, this model would be really good for my 13th company, but I've not actually started. Like, I have started a little bit. Like, I've been stripping the paint from these fuckers. So, I got a unit of Chaos Havocs that I've been stripping the paint from, and I'm gonna wolf them up. But also, like, they already got like big clawed feet. So like I'm probably gonna change very little if I'm gonna be honest. For me, I think the big thing is I need to replace the tubes, or like actually I could probably just gap fill the tubes a little bit more, make it look a little bit less chaos, just a little bit. Just a smidgen. Yeah, because like in the older editions, they're like they fight with their bare hands because they're fucking crazy, and you're like, okay, yeah, I get it. Werewolf man, feral and crazy, understandable. I see the vision. I see where you're going with. And then when the wolfen came back, they're like, actually, they got weapons, and they're like, what? Why? Oh, they really do. All the havocs that I got, like, are just like all those. That entire group is really, really nice. I got one that has 2 las cannons, the heavy bolter. The auto gun, and the leader has a melta, I believe. I believe the leader has a melta. I might need to double check on that. But yeah, no. I have to tie his tubes. I must give him the Parisian vasectomy. Oh no, that's horrible. But yeah. That was a good find. That's another case of my local shop has one of the best used boxes of all time, because somebody will just sell a unit of Havocs for like to the shop, and then the shop will sell the unit of Havocs back for like $30, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, sure, why not? Oh yeah, the one that's like foot on the ground, like arms spread. I don't have a better way to represent this. You know what I mean? The one that's like basically doing like a pirouetting T. Yeah, no, that's very, 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 very fucking silly behavior. There we go. How you do? Oh yeah, he's also got the metal grill I need to get. Like the other guys, I could probably go back and get a little bit more of the metal, but he's got like significantly more in the face. Yeah, same. Because like I said, like, you know, for me, that's like once again the idea of like the fantasy of a model. For me, the fantasy of Wolfen is just being a feral werewolf man and ripping shit apart with your bare hands. They had the fantasy nailed the first time. The very first time, the fantasy of just like they're using claws, or maybe they remember how to use it. They're basically just using whatever. The fantasy is there, you know. That's been sold. But then when they're like, oh, actually, JK, this one's got like, you know, like weapons, like guns and axes and shit. Like, oh, okay, sure, why not, buddy? You're like, oh no, this is stupid. I believe so, yeah. I believe you can remove infection markers from your own grail, guys. How? I guess the question is, how did he get a infection marker on this guy, though? I know that's normally more of a what's it called? That's more of a great hunger thing where you purposely want to give your guys some stuff. I could double check on that. I could take a little peek. Dirge. Why am I doing? Let's see. Is the ability of Sorry, I thought I'd take a quick look. Oh, if it does so, you can remove any number of infection markers from enemy models. It's called the Hegemon's Will. It does specify enemy models. So, sorry, Joker. My urge to rules lawyer. How you doing, Pazuzu? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Escape Ride. Why do you mean sniff howl? Are you into that? Why? How's it going, everybody? I'm currently working on some Minotaurs. I'm working on some Minotaurs of various shapes and sizes, including this big one. You know, this guy's an honorary Minotaur. He's fine. He's fine. Oh, you gave him infection marker. Oh, okay. Oh, in that case, though, that cannot be removed via the Will of the Hegemon ability. What do you mean? That's a totally different person. That's a totally different icon. What are you talking about? You can't be like, that's him. No, that's clearly someone else. But yeah, how you guys doing? If you do not know me, Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Escape variety. And yeah, like I said, work on Minotaurs. It'd be good. Yeah, it's him. Listen. The High Lords of Terror gave them access to Jimmy the Minotaur. He is a perfectly normal servant of the corpse. I mean, the Emperor of Mankind, and he's here to help and or save the day. Nothing weird about him. Nothing weird at all. Also, it looks like there's gonna be one of those like big ad breaks, so I'm gonna trigger that in BRB. Sorry about this in advance. Oh, so 60%'s rookie numbers. That's rookie numbers for Minotaurs. I'm back. I decided to use the break to get water. And, you know, why not? Give that man a square base. I mean, I could. I just don't have a big enough square base for him. Otherwise, I absolutely would. Okay, there we go. So I found the guys. I found the lads. The guys I'm gonna make my wolfen. It is them. Speaking of bestiarum, this is the like failed aberrations or whatever. So like they come in a set of 3. I've ups. These are normally 25 millimeters, so I just did the math and scaled them up to be 32 millimeter models. So we got a couple of different poses, and my idea was like I could like, you know, not like probably not uniformly use them, maybe kind of like intermix bits and parts of some old Space Wolf bits I got. Because like, you know, they're in the eye of terror, they're turning into wolves. Like, I don't think this should be good. Like the idea that they're just slightly more werewolf me, I'm like, I could do something more interesting with that. Yeah, exactly. I think I can do something way more cool. And going full Path of the Beast makes a lot of sense. I guess it's interesting. You also see like dust and shit on this guy. Fuck. That's why you keep extra brushes around. What color should I make the skin on this big boy? Like leaving it black kind of feels like it could be cool. Like I actually don't think black is necessarily a bad color on him. Maybe if I do that, I could just do some like dark gray. Oh yeah, I know there's like sometimes you can do like a real dark like blue. Dark blue somewhere would be fitting. How you doing, Casual Maker? How you doing? Look, I'm painting a Minotaur. Yellow. Actually, yellow would be kind of fun. You got a point. Like a yellow would be kind of fun. Specifically because, what's it called? The older Minotaur color scheme was red and yellow. So that'd be a fun throwback. But I'm going to start with the mahogany brown. I am actually painting the Minotaur Sternguard. This is not a bait and switch. They are real. They're over here. I'm just fucking around a little bit in the meantime because I don't know why, like, but I've been filled with like extra caprice in my heart lately, and I don't know why. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I might as well like you know, carry on. But like, yeah, I've been feeling a little more rambunctious whimsy. Yeah, I'm gonna start with like the mahogany, so that way it's like eventually when I have to paint the yellow, extra caprice on. Exactly. I haven't had a caprice in a hot minute. I was listening to the last podcast on the left when they're talking about there's basically like this like dynasty of Southern lawyers who lived in this like they basically kept a certain county in South Carolina like crazy poor so they could sort of rule over that and siphon money from like injury claims court stuff. And apparently one of like the last guy before he went and like murdered his wife and son, like dude was just like fiending for Capri Suns. And I was just like, yeah, Capri Sun sounds really fucking good right now. Like it's like I don't really drink them as an adult because they are just pure sugar. And I don't take great care of myself, but I have limits, you know. It really is. It's like the entire family line of this dude is just like it was basically like, from what I remember, the way that kind of like trickled down is that they were just like guy back in like not ye old Western time, but basically like a long time ago. Like the patriarch kind of did a bunch of weird like Southern lawyer shit and got like kind of set up, and then just like as like it was kind of one of those things where like technically the original of that line did that thing where it's like, well, he's doing really shady shit, but he's technically helping out the community and like the common man. So he built up a lot of goodwill, and then just like over the years, his family just pissed away every little bit of that to like a crazy degree. He was a gene stealer, indeed. I'm gonna be honest, as a 90s kid, I don't think the juice and stuff we were getting were exactly like low on preservatives. I will argue a lot of things in life have definitely gotten worse quality-wise. I don't know if I could say that, like, kids' juice has surprisingly fallen. I think that's been pretty consistent. No, I don't think that's true. I would argue on that one. I would argue that, like, you know, maybe like Happy Meals have gotten shittier. I could believe you on that, but like no, the like juice has always just been high fructose corn syrup. I don't think you could make that more unhealthy, unless they're like actively pumping lead into it these days. Like I think by baseline it was just kind of inherently fucked. That's fine, you know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The preservatives is probably like probably not great, but I do think it is once again the absolute truckload of sugar. You know, delicious lead. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's why you gotta take some old Hammer minis and you gotta lick your fingers like they're like finger looking good. Don't do that. That's legitimately poison. But yeah, no, I remember I remember like especially for like, you know, like even Capri Suns and stuff for one thing, but you guys remember it was like a barrel? It was like a little cup. It was oh yeah, no, absolutely, it's absolute sugar. But like it was like a little cup barrel thing. And like I could not even tell you what the brand was. But I would only get these at like campgrounds and like 4-H fairs. It was basically like the kids' juice equivalent of like the grandma candies that just kind of manifested. Maybe they were called jugs. I remember those things were like they didn't even have flavor. They were that filled with like just sugar. Like we kind of joked now. Yeah, exactly, shopkeeper. Exactly that kind of stuff. Like that's what I think of. It's like that's why I don't know if I could fully go to the logic that juice has gotten work. Because I remember those just being like just literally just colored sugar. Like what flavor you like? You're like, I don't understand. Like get blue, get green. It's mostly what color you want your teeth to be stained more than anything. What color do you want to coat the inside of your mouth as a fucking treat? Okay. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, I never really got like. I think I could probably do it better now. But like, I remember I never really got far enough in Gun Plus stuff to really start doing like panel lining and whatnot. Oh yeah, how they do the, how technically like Velveeta cheese is not technically cheese, it's like a Velveeta dairy product. Or like that kind of legislature. Like, isn't it like that, like in some, like locales that like Subway bread is considered cake because the sugar content's so high? Like that kind of bullshit? That's good. That's fine though. That's fine. That's here. Oh, there we go. I mean, that's good. I mean, that's a good thing to do. You know? Yeah, there we go. I'll get me a cold cut combo with pound cake. I mean, that's basically what you're doing. I've also not had Subway in a hot minute. Oh yeah, definitely post on the server. Oh, this is also something I've been meaning to ask. I know right now, a lot of you Plomo nerds have been posting stuff in the share zone, and that's fine. That's not like an illegal thing. You're doing nothing wrong. What I'm wondering is, should I just like, is that fine, or should I make I feel like I could make a Plomo zone. I feel like I can make like a dedicated Plomo zone in the same way that there's like dedicated like mini channels and whatnot. Like, do you think that would be nice to have? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, oh yeah. I imagine like regular panel lining is very much like there's some hobby tasks like doing like terrain painting and stuff like that where it's like, oh, this is chill. All right, let me write down a note to make a Plomo zone because I think that would be nice to do. It might also encourage more people to post Plomo stuff, and like, you know, that'd be legit. Let me write a little note for myself. I'm gonna write Plamo Zone in my notes, and I hope the me circa in the future remembers. Also, hold on. I'm not going anywhere. I just need to crank up the. It's like where I live is very strange, and that like earlier it was like 80 degrees earlier in the week, so I was like, oh yeah, I can turn off all of my heating units and whatnot. And then it got a little chilly today, just a little bit, just an itty bitty bit chilly. So I was like, oh yeah, no, I need to, what's it called? I need to crank up the heat in this room so I don't freeze while I'm doing mini painting. And now that I got the gloves, I got the overhead lights, it's kind of warm. Oh, remind me, please. Yes. Once again, you guys should know that I have terrible memory. So like any amount of reminding of a thing is good. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm sure I'm gonna fuck around with this skin. No, I'll get a little bit of the tail. I'll get a little bit of tail. Mostly this guy is like the fun secondary thing. I don't want to get super lost in the sauce because I gotta work on some shit. I wonder what I could use this guy for though. Like for I guess OPR I've not really looked. I know you could probably integrate Beastmen into Warriors of Chaos Army. That'd be fun though. I probably have some Beastmen. I don't own any Beastmen models myself though. The new Pestigors look chef's kiss beautiful. I really like the new Pestigors. It's just that they came out at the worst time in my life for new Pestigors to come out. Because that's when I was also getting some stuff for like the new model. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Games Workshop. Thank you. I think there are occasionally still shops selling Darkwater that like maybe one of these days. Maybe if for some reason Darkwater manages to still be in stock until like Black Friday of this year, maybe that's when I'll treat myself a little bit. Maybe that's when I'll pick them up. All right, there we go. Beastmen are pretty cool, I will give you that. All right, so what do I want to do? So the things I definitely need to do for this guy and all the rest is I need to get the little armor joints. They're not crazy difficult to do. It's just like a little bit of like a dark gray. Is the Twitch part of the chat frozen? I don't think so, no. I think it's good. It's just like it only roughly shows 3 messages, and you two, like, different chat cadences will sometimes kind of like make it move at different levels. I don't think it's anything too bananas. Yeah, what was I doing? I needed a dark gray for the joint bits. There we go. Get my wall. Oh, that guy. You might have missed that. I merged the chats. Recently-ish, the Twitch CEO was like, oh yeah, that rule where you have to have separate chats, yeah, that's dumb. Only because there was like a bigger streamer that was doing that and they got banned, and then everyone was like, hey, this rule has been dumb, but now it is really dumb. Could you stop? And they're like, we will stop. But yeah, no, the chats are now just merged forever. Yeah, no, to be fair, this has been going for like, this is maybe only like the 3rd camera froze though. This is like maybe like the only, this is very, very recent. Sure. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's what it causes to move the needle for like a lot of stuff where it's like, is this actively losing me money? Yeah, I gotta, which is good. I think it is, honest to God, morally correct to bully companies if they don't do a thing that you don't like. I'm gonna say like the usual, like, save that for things that really matter. Don't send like a million angry like emails to Coke because they made a flavor you didn't like. But I believe in instances like that where you're like, this is a stupid decision, Twitch. You should stop. Definitely let them know. It's still potentially ongoing, but like fucking Discord was even like, they're like, hey, we're gonna do a bunch of shady shit. And everyone's like, how about we stop subscribing to you? And they're like, wait a minute. I think they're still hoping to do that thing where it's like, we'll give this like 6 months and see if you forget. So we're not entirely off the hook for that yet, but like, did get Discord to pause a little bit. I do think also Discord has forgotten its own method of how it came into being. That's something that's been neat for like growing up, is that like I've seen so many places online be rendered asunder. Like there is a kind of this like pervasive feeling these days of like, oh, I can never leave X platform. Where will I go? It's like there'll be places. Trust me, there will be places. There's always been places. No place is totally unsalvageable. Now, whether it will ever be the same size, or like if they'll be like the same experience will 100% be there. Like, I still don't think there's an equivalent to DeviantArt. Like, I don't think I know that there's a couple places that have been trying, which I do think is really, really good, for sure. Yeah, because like definitely no like actual threats like that. Because the tricky thing, and this happens a lot too, where it's like, even just like unreasonably stupidly articulated things. As somebody who likes magic, every time like some idiot goes to Mark Rosewater's like inbox and is like, anytime somebody's like, I have legitimate grievances and I think you're doing this wrong and whatever. Like, he'll ignore those, but everyone's like, I'm a big dumb idiot and I think you're stupid. And then that's when they'll respond. Like, Mark Rosewater will respond to him and be like, actually, if you look at the numbers, you're the big dumb idiot. I do absolutely believe that like if you act like real aggressive in a non-productive way, it does just give people ammo to like discredit your arguments. Oh yeah, no, because like from what I understand, the DeviantArt guy, like unfortunately, one of the founders of DeviantArt was really, really big into AI, because he kind of got into the he's like one of those people that got into the scene as like, whoa, tech stuff is cool. And at the time, tech stuff is cool meant that you could make a site like DeviantArt. And now tech stuff is cool as you just do dumb bullshit. Yeah. It's like I'm not gonna pretend it was like ever like the greatest bastion of like public thought or whatever, but like it is kind of genuinely sad, because even though I was not much of an artist, I do remember spending like an okay amount of time on there and like seeing a bunch of really cool people. And it's just kind of really interesting how like the way that we've been trained to enjoy like constant algorithmic feeds is that like archive websites are pretty bad. I last time I checked, I think the only place that really does like a proper mini archive is like Cool Mini or Not. How you doing, Gideon? How you doing? I'm working on my Minotaurs. Right now I'm just doing like little cable bundling. These are also the type of dudes that I'm very much expecting the enamel wash. Also, like the giant, when I did the giant, apparently the enamel wash removed, like even with the varnish, it removed a lot of the like extra highlight stuff I did with like the skin blends. So I think I'm gonna definitely, when I start using that, maybe use that at like an earlier stage and then blend on top, so I just don't waste my time doing shit. How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, I just kind of like the having a place to like browse someone's archive of stuff. I do wonder if like, so like I think thanks to a certain individual, if you want to claim credit for that, go for it. Has given me a pass to Myoshi, which was sort of like that like VTuber focused retro MySpace throwback. I still don't know how much that's just going to be like a fun little bit, but I would be very interested to find out if I can like use that as like a mini archive, like a gallery sort of site. I'm in the wrong brush. I got a little bit gray on the bottom. I'm trying to just like wipe off a lot. Yeah, I mean exactly. Like even the weird bullshit, just like mind scouring nonsense. There were like, that was pure unfettered human id, which I find fascinating. Like that stuff was always crazy to me and neat because of that. Because you're like, oh, like somebody's like brain is wrong, and I'm super curious what led to their brain being that wrong. Like I enjoyed that a lot. The idea that somebody could just make like the fucking like Italian brain rot. I don't know if he's a log or if he's like a piece of shit or like a stick. I don't know what that fucking thing is. I know apparently it's going to be in Fortnite, which is sure, why not? Whatever. Yeah, I always like the really baffling stuff though, you know. Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, I have to imagine nobody's thinking too hard about it. But meanwhile, my boomer ass is just like, what is it? What is this thing? There's a cup. It doesn't matter. It's just made to like make Instagram reels, and then that's it. You won the game. Yippee! Let's go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Congrats, yo. What am I doing with you, buddy? We got a couple little areas I need to hit up on this lad. I was trying to figure out what color I want the other cable to be. Like, I don't think I want the cable to glow. Yeah, I guess I could also make that yellow for fun. I guess it just goes back to the fact that I'm now the grandma, like, what's this? I don't understand. I don't get it. Which I'm okay with that. I think getting older is realizing that confused grandma is a great way to live your life. Like a little. I think previously I've done like a lot of glow effects on cables, and I don't think I'm gonna necessarily do that here. I do think a bright, like a kind of like maybe not bright, maybe like maybe just like the same yellow I want to use for the big lad might be kind of fun. Gotta get the fucking back of this. Once again, I've been sabotaged by Hal of the Past, who decided to glue. Then again, I don't know what would have been the better way to do this, just because like if you're doing like sub-assemblies with fragile little cables, it's still a pain. Oh yeah, cables and tubes. I am doing tube. You're right. There we go. Bit on stuff. I also used a little bit of that just to kind of add a little bit more to this big boy while I'm working on shit. How you doing, Roku? How you doing? This boy is of the Minotaurs chapter. Can't you tell by his chaos sigils and, you know, just the way he lives his life? These guys are also Minotaurs, to be fair. But I'm just doing Minotaurs at the moment. But I also decided to do, like, I was joking and I pulled this guy out and people were like, oh yeah, this model's cool, you should paint him. And I was like, well, you're right, I should. Plus he is a model I own, so it's not like I'm like wasting a model, you know? It's a hazard. I don't know. They're like people who do hazard stripes on like everything are insane, but very powerful. That's the kind of power that I'm like, oh, I actively fear you. Like you are scary. But yeah. Yeah. True. Plus, you know, I'm sure if you asked a high. Oh, he's got like a little like chain link thing behind him. I'm sure if you asked a High Lords of Terror, be like, hey, can we have this weird abhuman? He kind of looks like our stuff. He'd be a great mascot for the ship. And then the High Lords of Terror would be like, okay, and then just let them have it. Yes, the High Lords of Terror are all master. I cannot remember the guy's name. It's Master Tang. God, it's been a while. I'm forgetting main character names on Kung Pao, which means we need to watch Kung Pao again at some point. Nah, I do want to do. Yeah, this is Asterian Moloch. Don't you recognize him? God, that would be kind of funny to do, actually. I still also have my I mean, you could totally do that. The idea that the gene seed mutation, like you make a, what's it called? You make a chapter that primarily recruits from a world that has a higher than usual abhuman population. And their gene seed flaw causes them to sort of like express that after the process. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. Use Space Wolf rules, but use Beastmen instead. You could even do one of those things that like they're real, like the Inquisition's like there's like a whole subset of chapters where the Inquisition's like, I have my eye on you because everything about you screams heresy, but you're loyal and you've done like, you know, noticeable acts of good for the Imperium. So like, we're not gonna, you know, you're not Traitoris excommunicatus or whatever just yet. But if you fuck up, I swear to the Emperor, and, like, we are coming. You're all my naughty list, motherfuckers. Santa Claus the Inquisitor. What's are you doing? You see, oh, this is not a contrast paint. Oh no, this is just mahogany brown from Vallejo Model Color. This is old. How old is this paint? Doesn't have a date on it, which means it's pretty old. You can buy a newer version of this paint. It's not like one of those colors that's like really, really rare. Unknown Founding would be fun too. You could, yeah, you know. I think having Unknown Founding is nice when you just kind of want, like, you know, you want to do your own thing, especially for something like this. Though I do think it'd be real, like, you know, so like, they're like, you know, for the most part, Ultramarines and what's it called? Blood Angels both have like sub chapters that are very obviously just clones of the main one. But every now and then they get like a real weirdo little freak chat, like little not sub chapter, fucking successor chapter. There we go. Yeah, just like an absolute fucking freak one. And this would be fun. Just like, yeah, my Beastmen Marines, yeah, they're, you know, they're loyal sons of Gilliman. They just happen to look like, you know, Beastmen. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, those are the Imperial Fists, which are all freaks. Fair, you know? Yeah, excoriators, what's it called? Fucking, not it's, something with the, the Mortifactor. I'm thinking the Mortifactors. But the same general idea, you know? Buddy, what would it take for you to be good? I think I just want to go ahead and get all the white on all the eyes, just because I probably just want to repaint the red around there. Yeah, arguably there's a bunch of them. I was looking up more like Marines Malevolent was one that came up recently when I was like looking through chapter stuff. I don't look for Space Marine chapters very often. Sometimes I do. There we go. Every now and then I have what probably could best be described as like terminal like out of ideas YouTuber brain. I wonder if a stream where I just rated every canonical Space Marine chapter. Like, for me, it's not even that, like would that do well? It's like, how long would that take? Like, I don't, like, legitimately, I don't know the count of how many canonical Space Marine chapters there are, you know? There's got to be a decent amount at this point, you know? There we go. No, never. I don't think like I said, I don't think I actually will. It's just one of those, like, funny little, like, oh, that might be kind of, that sounds goofy. Oh god, hold on. Let me, like, okay, so I'm gonna just pull this closer to my eye so I can get the eyes on this fucker. There we go. I'm gonna have to do this a little bit for these just because, you know, the inherent nature of eyeballs makes me sad. Corpse guard. Hey, hey, wait a minute, that's fucked up. I was like, oh, you're offering a little minis of me, and then I saw the shoot him in the face bit. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That's some bullshit. I'm currently off to the side. I am putting paint roughly directly into the eyeball area. Hey, there we go. That's, you know, that's looking all right. I added a tiny bit of flow improvement. Just make a smidgen. Beautiful. Alright, let me get... I'll get you last. Okay. A little bit more in there. Be a team player. I don't mind being a team player. I don't know if getting shot in the face is like real team player behavior. Fucking islands always fuck my shit up. I've been very lucky recently because I've been just doing like crazy chaos. I still wonder, they're probably gonna, I've been having my Minotaurs glow red. Just haven't done that in a hot minute. Oh. All right, this guy. Hold on. Some like I'm trying to mix because like something I really need to do is the El Miniaturista guy is the one that does the like uses a little bit of white what's it called? Uses white oil paints for eyes and stuff. I really need to like. I had white oil paint. Tricky thing is, oh god, that flooded the fuck out of that. Probably could have passed. Yeah, I'll probably touch it up in a bit. That's fine though. Better good. That would require me to have a Felgor for testing purposes. I don't know. It's like I purposely made it like extra drippy. I'm definitely gonna go and touch this up later. This guy's just got like regular ass eyes. Fuck. Oh god, these are fucking awful. I'll fix that later. Yeah, has anybody who's messed with a Felgor know how they roughly stack up to a... I assume you're probably talking like Firstborn Marine. Because Primaris Marines are just fucking giants, so like it's really hard to find anything that stacks up to them. All right, little goofy, but too fine. There we go. Do I have a guardsman kicking around? Not really. Despite, I'm not really a guard player. This is definitely a little overfill, and then let me go back to the OG guy I was working on a little bit. Sorry, everybody, I'm doing this off screen. Like, I think for the most part, the distance from the camera that I paint my minis is fine. But when it comes to like anything to do with eyeballs, that's where like I have to basically pull it closer to my face. Even though that one's getting a little crazy. Like, so how much damage a big monster can do? Really? I feel like my big monsters fuck shit up in Trench Crusade a decent amount. Oh god. Whatever. Still need to paint the fuck out of that face. Oh yeah, my Witchfur is in a different room. Okay, I got, how about... I got an old Firstborn Marine. How about that? Is that a good size for anything? Alright, Chaos Lord. But I don't have a Felgor, so I guess that kind of defeats the whole purpose of this. How you doing, Huggy? How you doing? Big Stretchy, how you doing? Oh, I guess that's true, yeah. Just because the inherent nature of Trench Crusade, like, they don't really, you know... Well, I mean, if you... I don't know. It's tricky because, like, my Tarquin. My motherfucking... What's... Oh, I would need to go get my Witch Burner. I can. Hold on a sec. Let me get like one quick little coat, and I'll go grab my witch burner. It'll take like 8 seconds. I know where that is. It's just it's in the living room with my other minis that I take to the shop. There we go. All right, I can do that. All right, give me a quick sec. I'm gonna go grab a mini to help out. Cause I have help and joy and love in my heart. Alright, I've grabbed my witch burner. Alright. I'm not how you doing, Charlie? I'm not taking a shit. I'm helping out with models. There we go. I'm back. Yippee. Alright. Here's my witch burner. What was the model you needed it compared to? Was it Big Boy? God, Big Boy is very large compared to witch burner. I could just use this guy as a Wrath Demon in Trench Crusade, which would be kind of fun, actually. A Wrath Praetor. You set you aside. Okay. So compared to a Primaris Marine is like oh man, I can zoom in a little bit more. Primaris Marine is decently large. Actually, not that far off. This is one of the old Kickstarter ones, though. This is one of the CO cast ones. But yeah, not too bad. Not crazy different. Definitely wider. And then if we're talking more like a Firstborn Marine. Oh, my Sons of Horus are back there. I could grab them later. Oh no, hold on, I could do. There's some down here. And behold, Horus Heresy Tactical Marine. So in that case, the lad is definitely taller than the Tactical Marine. There we go. Hey, let's go. I set this guy. What should we totally forget that I brought this guy over here, and later I'm gonna be at the shop, and I was like, shitting your own skeleton. Is it? I'm assuming that's like an illness thing. Like definitely get your liquids and take it easy, yo. Do a little. Do a little bit of touch up. This bad boy's not too bad. Put it around here. There we go. And I'm sure the enamel's also going to like fix a lot too, so I'm not super worried. All right. Oh fuck, we got okay. Ad break is not going for a while. Yippee! Ah fuck. Okay. I just dropped the brush in like the stupidest way ever. But yeah, I'm painting my Minotaurs, and it is going. Is going, assuming I don't just like drop these guys again. Oh shit! Thank you for that. That was not necessary, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the also first. Now I gotta see how the super chat looks like in the combined chat. So yeah, let's go. Thank you. I will put that towards. Honestly, I've been buying milk crates. I've been buying milk crates for my move, and they're actually just really handy for like moving projects around. Fuck, nope, too much. You know what? I should. I need to get just a bit more thicker red on there. Hit the like button on that. There we go. Okay. Probably just, yeah, I should probably just spend more time focusing on trying to get the gun looking good. These guys got like a little bit of ice spillage, but that might be enough just to kind of be like, oh yeah, that's just like some eye glow. All right, what do these guys need? I think that's the big thing I need to focus on. I ideally would want these guys to be probably enameled by the end of the summer, if nothing else. I need to get there. Some of them have little fabric, little prayer thing bits. I gotta definitely give the guns a secondary layer because the primary layer has been getting was very, very, very thin. It's easy enough to do. Oh, I also need. Oh, I need to paint that a different color because that's like the combi plasma. I kind of forget that all these veterans have like weird combi weapons that like are just very, very strange. I think very few of them just actually have like a regular bolter. Thank you, Matthew. What did you just say? Thank you. Also, there we go. My alert still works. I was a little worried about the alerts just because I've been combining chats and that's like a whole other different mechanism. But thank you. I will also heart that as well. Hell yeah. Not gonna do that. Like, I forgot the last time I saw like the idea of like a HoloLive style like super chat reading thing. The very, very end of stream. Well, it's been a while since I've been in like a whole live stream where that kind of shit happens. Because it was like, I remember like ages ago. I still think the first VTuber I've ever given money to was Watame. I mean, do what you want to do, yo. You know, at the end of the day, life do be cruel and expensive. So do what you got to do financially. Oh, I know I should get some silver out. Like, yeah, you would never do something that fucked up. Sip. I will say too, I'm also really like, especially I will say older editions of 40K are really bananas for how quickly stuff explodes. Like what was it called? It was like obliterators have 2 las cannon shots each, or no, maybe not 2. But they can, it's really easy for them to get like really good las cannon shots, and like sometimes I'll just hit like a vehicle and it just fucking detonates, and you're like, oh, it's just fucking gone. It's just exploded. Yeah. Oh fuck! That reminds me. I keep forgetting to do this on Blue Sky. They have a thing where I can be like, "I'm live." There we go. Let me do that shit. I really wish I could set the auto do that. Twitch.tv/Halburn. I would be going for not crazy amount longer. There we go. There we go. Yippee. And we're just that's fair. It's one of those. It's not illness. It's just regret. Fair. Understandable. Do we get like a little bit more red? So I did join. I did set up my account. I have not had the time to do anything with my Yoshi. Wait, what did I not notify the chat about? No. So like it seems cool. That might be something that like I maybe do during the move or something. I don't know. I do need to find time to fuck around with that because like that's my thing. I want to see like if I could use my Yoshi as a way to be like, here's a gallery of all the minis I painted in like a very easy form, and if I could use it maybe for blogging, I don't know. By a random male VTuber, I imagine, right? Imagine being a male VTuber. There are people with like legitimately. Oh, Blue Sky. Yeah, no, I always forget to do that. That is 100% my bad on the Blue Sky stuff. I always forget that that's like a little toggle you can do. Like tentacles, add me. I'm sure there's some people think that. I really got like a tentacle thing going on though. All right, let's start getting some little silvery details. A little silvery skull there. Getting the little wings to be silvery. Hey, there we go. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Once again, especially now, like the things are definitely going to stabilize. But yeah, definitely funds be good at this particular moment in my life. So hell yeah. But yeah, no, it's like sometimes I'm kind of used to like things are generally a little bit more chill in indies, and then sometimes I'll see a thing for like a Hololive will be like, hey, maybe don't send death threats or to like don't be like aggressively mean to the Hollow Stars, and everyone's like, I can't believe she was my Oshi and now she's just a whore. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I kind of forget that attitude exists sometimes. I know that like not everyone who does like corpo VTuber stuff really really acts like that. That's not like a super common thing, but it's something that I just kind of forget about from time to time. How you doing, Manita? How you doing? Oof. Was it expensive blocker? Did he have a lot of skills? But congratulations on the win though. Hell yeah. You won it, but at what cost? Well, hopefully it's not too hard to bounce back from that. I believe. There we go. Generally, yeah. I mean, as far as I'm aware, I've never seen anybody use unicorn in a positive statement. Not serious. No, you're right. You're absolutely. It's I guess like it is inherently comical. You're definitely not wrong for thinking that. But yeah, sometimes people get really aggressive about nonsense. If your bull centaurs have block. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Bull centaurs with block. Fuck. I remember back in Blood Bowl 2, I think one of mine had block. Mine also got ball handling at one point, and I was just like, ooh baby, ooh baby. My opponents were not really prepared for the bull centaur ball handler, and that they never saw his amazing ball skills coming. There we go. To be fair, there's a lot of things that in some communities are considered like, offensive that like in different ones could be considered like a fun little thing. I've only heard unicorn in like the, basically as a derogatory term. Because like, it also can also, there are people that actively court unicorn. For context, I should really explain for people who do not understand. I might be getting the meaning a little wrong. Unicorns are sort of people that like really big into that kind of like idol purity thing. The idea that like like idol spaces, VTubing spaces, depending on what company or where you go or whatever, where it's like they like they cannot really interact with dudes at all. If and like they need to be pure. They cannot have like they can't really have any sort of relationships or even interacting with dudes sometimes. It's like a yeah. I mean, unicorns used in a bunch of other different spaces too, so that maybe that could also be a thing. See, I could probably find you like a more legit term. No, it's generally not a VTuber term. It's more of like a fan term thing. Depending on like sometimes your definition of fan can vary a little bit for that. But the thing is like it's so like there are certain VTubers that really lean into that. The whole kind of like, especially because like VTubers who do like really heavy girlfriend boy. It's typically not like just for women too. Like there are times that like very like male idol VTubers will kind of like kind of build up like a unicorn fan base, because it's sadly it's very lucrative. It's I don't even know if I'd necessarily say it's a stan thing, but I also don't know enough about stans to argue whether that's like that behavior crosses over or not. Because here's the thing, unicorns pay a lot of money. Unicorns legitimately do like as far as like financially supporting or like buying the merch and stuff like that, they are the ones that tend to do that. So a lot of times some people will try to target them as like, there's even VTubers that are really kind of like really on the nose about it. Usually outside that's more like an indie thing where they're like really like, yeah, I'm very unicorn friendly, whatever. And then usually they'll be like, it's always that tricky line that you have to balance, because sometimes it's like, yeah, could give you like infinite money and attention and whatnot, but also if they ever find out that you've been lying to them, like, you know, if you have like a boyfriend on the DL and it leaks, that then shit gets flung. Yeah, I would argue that technically unicorns are stalkery per se. Maybe they might if they think that it's like someone's hiding like a boyfriend from them or whatever. But that's not necessarily true, at least in this instance. That's how you doing, son? How you doing? How you doing? Sexual woman otherwise straight couple. I could see that. I mean, there's that's used in a bunch of different ways. Oh, you know, I interact with an okay amount of people. That's why, like, I don't know. Sometimes I worry about that's like the idea of like, you know, there are like VTuber male corp stuff, but then also they have very similar, very unicorn fan base stuff. I'm like, I don't know about that. So how you doing, Solid Crazy? How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I got me a apartment lined up and everything, so things be going nice. Things be going real nice. Also painting some Minotaurs. Let me get a little bit of this guy's dome real quick. Get like a little. What color was I using for that skin? I legitimately don't remember. So how you doing, Shosran? Thank you for the sub. Thank you. There we go. How you doing? But yeah, I've only heard unicorn as like a negative and mostly in like idol adjacent circles. And it's you know, it's a thing. Like arguably I don't even find anything like morally wrong for doing like especially like catering to that kind of stuff. It is definitely like a playing with fire situation. Like you really got to know what you're doing for that, and I think a lot of them don't. Well, also because like at least for me, it's kind of hard because like a lot of female VTubers are my peers, so the idea of being like I'll never talk to them ever feels weird because like I don't know. I don't care that. I do think people kind of lessen that expectation for like the male to female communication. Also, like if you're typically older, because you're like, oh yeah, you're like, you know, a reasonable adult. A lot of times that's like early 20s behavior for sure. Bullied by chat. No, that is an archetype. That the whole like that is a very that is a whole thing. The idea of like a VTuber getting dunked by their chat. You know. Putting a fan's blood. I don't know. That feels more like probably like a story thing. Like I don't know. That's probably not true. Like that's probably just like a well put together video. Like that kind of stuff is a bit much, but like no, usually it's more like you'll like the way that usually manifests would be something more like a death threat or whatever than anything like real particular. Right, there we go. Exactly. You gotta get your bag, but then yeah, it's sometimes it can be risky. And it's not like you have to do that. I mean, there are like plenty, like there are like VTubers and other people online that are like, yeah, my identity is that like I'm married, like obviously married, and this is my husband. Hi, because like that's like the fucking. So I don't know much about Northern Lion. I'm gonna be honest, but his wife is a VTuber now, and she's very much like, yeah, I'm married, you know. And no one really gives her really any shit about it because that like that expectation is set and it can be set early. It can be tricky though because you know if if Northern Lion's not your husband, sometimes it's hard to you do kind of give up some certain buffs, but that also means it's like you know setting an expectation really early kind of really locks things in a very nice way. Yeah, I think I've generally like sensible chuckled my way through Northern Lion clips, but I've never actually watched a stream of his. Nor do I ever really want to, you know? Yeah, married to the bald man. Married is sweet. It does sound nice. It does sound very nice. Oh, someday, maybe just for me too. I don't know. I did that voice. I don't know. Whenever I long for something, I turn into like coal covered chimney sweep. I don't understand. Yeah, I've heard some very interesting rumors about Nemi's whole thing. This is what I'm talking about though. Sometimes like if you were known for more GFE stuff and then you know if it comes out that like you are married or you're dating someone, then then you will have people. This isn't like like I don't think this is right. This is just more like behavior I notice. I'm against people giving shit for that kind of stuff. About Korea though. Yeah. Boy bands are like a whole other thing too, especially. Hey, hold on. I just looked up at the fucking card trade. Okay. You have to be careful about stuff like that, about offering jorking it for magic cards, because some people get desperate for magic cards and they'll be like, I mean, a smothering, like you know that whole, like, some people are like, well, $20. Smothering Tithe is $70, and some people will be like, Smothering Tithe is Smothering Tithe. Some people would do that. Some people would do that. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with your tee-hee-ha-has there, or else you don't, you know. Last time I checked, it is. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. See, you're probably not wrong, but the idea of going to a designated MILF content creator is just like I can't do that. Like, my brain does not even comprehend that. Mothering is currently going for. Oh, looks like some versions are 50. Okay. Still that's crazy, you know? I don't know if I want a Google market value for handjob. I don't care what Google usually, like, knows about my questions, but you know. I guess that's true. I guess if the MILF is happily married, you know, I guess you get happily married MILF content. Sure, why not? Why not? I do think if any amount of sexual transaction is made for a Smothering Tithe, at the very, very end, like, if somebody climaxes, you have to whisper in their ear, "Are you going to pay the 2?" You have to do that legally. For people who don't know Magic, Smothering Tithe is a card that basically says, like, whenever somebody draws cards, they have to pay mana, or else you get treasures, and treasures can be cashed in for mana later. It's a really good card. It's like one of those cards that's so good that it's a mistake that it exists. Did I snooze that ad? So yeah, I mean, it's like I think about this a lot too. It's not even like you could argue that idea that, like, yeah, it's pathetic people having money. I do just think in general, a lot of times it's like, if you really want a thing, you'll get it. And a lot of times, those people do tend to support the people they're into. Like, technically, a lot of times people who are into VTubers entirely for jorking at reasons, they are the ones that commission fan art and do clips and stuff. So, like, you know, like, I can understand why somebody would cater towards them, because those kind of people, you know, they do tend to, like, put in the effort. I will say that. I will absolutely say that. I think I have one Smothering Tithe that's in my Elminster deck. I don't know if I really would ever need another one. I would like the Ojo-sama one. There is a really nice Ojo-sama Smothering Tithe, but I think that one is especially even more expensive. I do not wish to pay an anime tax on my Magic cards. That sounds like hell. That sounds like hell. You're not wrong. Just to be smart. fair, Ruka, fair. I enjoy Magic the Gathering. If somebody came up to me today, is like, "How should I play Magic the Gathering?" I would say, absolutely do not. Don't do it. Not worth it. Not worth it. And I think that's fair, you know? I play because I have a friend group that I enjoy, but if that friend group is just like if I moved like 3 states over and, like, visiting that friend group is not possible, I would not play Magic anymore. I would not. I would probably sell. I don't know if you should ever sell every card. I think keeping, like, a deck or 2 is not the worst, but, like, you know, maybe that's, like, you know, you gotta sell every card so that way you can be totally clean. But realistically, like, none of these guys got their prayer scrolls painted, so we're doing that right now. Oh god, there's, like, a scroll, like, back. Why? Why are these like that? Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, at least that one, I'm like okay with that, with the anime girly one being expensive. Not that I'm okay with it being that expensive. It's like, that's just like an alternate art. That one's whatever. Um the base one being like $50 is ludicrous. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, exactly, Shasser. Exactly. If I didn't have friends who play Magic, I would not be playing Magic. And it's like, at the end of the day, I enjoy playing it, but I also like, for me especially too, as somebody who does TRPGs and mini games, it doesn't like, I understand that there are people that are like, I use Magic as a form of creative expression. Like, I make like really expressive decks, or like I kind of find myself in the deck building. And to a certain degree, I can believe that, but also sometimes people will be like, yes, I put a lot of thought into this deck. This is my Nicol Bolas deck. What is in it? I went to Scryfall and I looked for every card that has Nicol Bolas using their easy to find search feature, and I put it in a deck. I'm an artiste. like that kind of stuff does exist, and it's like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess it's not wrong, but it also does feel like a lot of times Magic is very like, a lot of its themes are very linear. Like, I'm also for like ED. If I was doing like trying to do competitive stuff, I do believe that's kind of where a lot of deck creativity could really shine, because you're trying to do like creative and novel solutions for problems. But like, I'm not gonna lie that a lot of my elf deck that I put together just happens to have really good elves in it, and that deck kind of partially built itself. Prostitutes make bank, probably. It probably depends too, though, because also that's one of those things you gotta like outweigh the cost of like getting murdered and like having to give people your money. Sounds like is your roommate Mr. Krabs? Or your roommate's the one that's putting together a deck that's just mostly stuff that's sort of like pre-built for him. Work in a Space Wolves army, then play like 2 games in 40k. Yeah, I feel that sometimes too with some cards I've sold. I think overall though, like the money has always been spent on better things. This the model right now, it was partially funded by selling Magic cards. I don't know a better way to raise money for models, so I just sell Magic cards, and then model happen, and then yippee. Also, it's ad break time. Sorry, everyone. Which hates us collectively. BRB. All right, we're back. Wow, sorry, mate. I'll say how you doing, Thunder Crusher. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, it's a tricky thing because yeah, the usual. It's like selling magic cards feels bad because sometimes they'll go up in value after you sell them, and you're like, oh, okay. From a financial standpoint, I wasted money. I do think overall it is a positive. Like, you know, I do think exchanging money for like magic cards for like a more like, you know, creative hobby element is worth it. Like that Skitari box is a good idea. I'm gonna so like it's so Solid Crazy. It's tricky because not so. I am extremely blessed. I live in an area where there's multiple games. There's 3 game stores near me right now within a 20-minute drive in any direction. Those stores are pretty active. One of them has really good stock. One of them does historicals, and one of them is for like weird indie freak shit stuff, which I enjoy. It's very much that one is more of like almost like a game club. Though I have bought models from them occasionally, just mostly for the sake of like, well, I don't really need this, but like I want to help keep the lights on. So much of having a game group is dependent on where you live and who your friends are. Because at the end of the day, like, you know, some cities will just have better access to game stores. And I don't like the pandemic did close down a lot of ones that just weren't good financially. Game stores don't really make money in general. They've never really have. Like basically every game store is practically a charity, even if even like not to saying that like they can't be run in like really shitty like money like money over everything ways. Game stores absolutely do sometimes. But in general, if you want to get like big bucks, opening a fucking store that sells like magic cards and Warhammer is not the way to do it. There are so many better ways to recoup your time into more money. Plus routine value. Hey, let's go. So it's like one of those games where it's like if you want to just like get in, it's not too bad. But like if you want to like get a real blinged out deck, I think that's I'm once again I'm okay with that. Like that kind of stuff makes sense to me. How you doing, Yuital? How you doing? Oh god, those fucking really shitty avatar cards. But yeah, I will say the big thing is I do think the pandemic affected things. I do know that a lot of game stores went out of business. And like I'm sure and a lot of them like ever since the pandemic my store stopped having a swap meet for like mini stuff. That's just like a consequence, not a big one. Like altogether, that's like a pretty minor thing in the grand scheme of like my store being cool, but like it is a thing that happened. So yeah, if the issue is like if the issue is there's just not a good place nearby, you're kind of you're once again I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You could potentially be hosed. Like I could give you so much advice, but like if you live in like you know like deep in the Arctic and Alaska. Like, I can't really help you there. I think in general, the hierarchy typically goes like, hopefully you have a really cool store. If you don't have a really cool store, try to get your friends to play. If you can't get your friends to play, look for really cool stores within like a 40-minute drive. And basically just kind of you're going to have to keep expanding from there. If it gets real bad, unfortunately, you might need to like, you know, really drive for like, when one of my local shops ran a Turnip 28 event, we had people coming outside the state, because for them that's the only way they could really get games of Turnip in, and for them it is worth driving like 3 hours to go to like an event, and like you might just need to become an event gamer where it's like I have my game, I keep an eye out for like a big event or whatever, and then I go to the big event. Which, not ideal. It does leave you with a lot of hobby time, so in theory you could roll up to the big event with like a fully decked out army and make everyone shit their pants. But like, you know. And like a lot of historical gamers do that too, where there's like big historical conventions. They get together to play like one game a year, and that's just their game. Look, oh, that fucking sucks. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, even outside of the pandemic, game stores close all the time because they're not good for making money. And it's just because the inherent tricky thing is like, okay, let's say you don't give a shit about like having snacks available or having tables or having a shelf that you can browse. Your entire thing is, I have $100 and I would like to convert $100 into the most Warhammer I can. Let's just say that's your goal. It's really hard to beat online retailers. It's really hard to beat Amazon. Even it's hard to beat other game stores. Like, especially if you're in like the fucking, I know like Noble Knight Games. Like I know the UK's got like Troll and Toad. Like there's like a bunch of really good online retailers, and some of them do have like like an in-store presence. But like, you could go online from the comfort of your living room or your bedroom. Do what you want, and you could just order minis. And they're probably, if I'm going to be honest, going to be cheaper. They're going to be cheaper than probably what your LGS sells. And you're like, how does that make money, Hal? And that's the conundrum. That is the eternal riddle of the Sphinx. And the answer is it doesn't. You technically, in the same way that, like, what's it called? When you buy a $50 character Warhammer model, you're like, that's one figure. Why is it $50? You're technically the Games Workshop be like, oh, you're paying for like the molds and the marketing and the R&D for the mini and then the rules and then like the paper and stuff. What you're really paying for is the convenience of having a war game that you can basically play anywhere. You can roll up to more or less any game store and be like, I'm going to play Warhammer 40,000 now, and somebody will be there to play Warhammer 40,000 with you. You pay for a game store, partially for vibes, but also partially because, yeah, you do have, you do pay for the shelves to browse and the occasional sale. And so you can like rifle through their magic cards to look at what they got, or because they have tables, or because they do really cool community demo nights. So you learn cool new games there, or maybe they'll do like painting clinics. So they'll teach you how to paint. Like that's what a game store offers. But the thing is, like, that is a very nebulous value. If you, especially like if you're like, and this is not aimed at anyone directly, but like theoretical real antisocial bastard that, will buy a Black Templar model every now and then, but mostly just bitches online. They don't give a fuck about that. They don't give a fuck about having like a good, nice place to play, because for them, like, and some people also too, outside of my stroll man that I'm vigorously destroying with facts and logic, some people just like to paint minis. Some people will paint minis and they could not give a fuck about the game. And in their case, an LGS makes borderline 0 sense. Like all you want to do is collect every Ultramarine and paint every Ultramarine. You would never go to a store. You'd never in a million years. There's no reason for you to go to the store. And that's tricky because there's a lot of those people out there, Yeah, imagine turning your hobby into a personality. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Honestly, that like Magic cards definitely keep a lot of LGSs open. Like I'll bitch about Magic forever. The day that Magic the Gathering like truly, and like this is why I'm so nervous about Universes Beyond. Wizard of the Coast is keeping up the bloating dead corpse of Hasbro. You know what? That's not ideal, but I can rationalize that. The idea though, that if one day Wizards of the Coast releases like, they're like, okay, what else do millennials like? I about said Secret Lair Sanrio. That would do gangbusters. There are multiple women online that if they can have Kuromi in the command zone, they would kill with a knife. But like, if they release like a bunch of sets that just don't do well, and like in theory, let's just say Magic just dies. They just fuck up. They just fuck it up. Like the idea of the modern game store in the US collapses. And like it's not like there's no alternative models to that. once again, especially like this is definitely something that's more common in the EU, from what I understand. The idea of like game clubs where you have like a collective like membership fee. You rent out a place every now and then and some other stuff. That's kind of like one of my LGSs that I go to. It's not, there's not like a formal fee. It's a very like what's the best way to say this? If I say like this is not, this guy who owns it does not run a tattoo shop, but if I say like tattoo shop style artist, like not even in terms of like what they produce, but just like a vibe, it's one of those type of places. And that brings in like you know, they'll have like bands practicing in this LGS sometimes after hours, because this is like also kind of a semi-punk community hangout. And like in a theoretical world where Magic the Gathering dies, those need to really become a lot more. Arguably, those should become the standard. Like maybe not the standard, but like those are very cool. Like not, they don't have to all be like punk. Like my interest in punk is like folk punk, AJJ, Mountain Goats bullshit, and that's very lightly punk. I'm gonna be real. I think even someone with like a Misfits shirt would like beat my shit up, and I don't even think that Misfits technically is punk. Now I'm thinking about it, but like you know what I mean. Like the most niche punk band that I enjoy is Dead Milkmen, and I don't even think they're like that crazy niche. Maybe they are. Maybe Dead Milkmen's more niche than I thought. I like Dead Milkmen though. Yeah, I think some of it, I will also say some of it comes down to the reason. I do think that once again, like, I love how if I think about a lot of things from my hobbies, the ripple effects from just other Titanic things. I think some of the fact that there isn't like a big club scene is just the ripple effect of the US being a big car country, you know? That clubs make sense if it's just like in like a very local area that is just like, you know, or like you could just take the train to a club or whatever. Every US town is a little isolated pocket where sometimes like a club just won't work. Or you're being a big city where the isolation is the same. Not that everyone in big cities is like, oh, I don't know anyone here, but like a US city I think is very different from like a UK city in terms of sort of like the layout and the structure and what goes into it and what fosters like a place that you can sit down and play Warhammers. I didn't realize these guys had so many fucking plates. This is another one of those. Oh yeah, gas is also stupid expensive too. Yeah, no, that's also understandable that would like stop you from doing stuff. Oh, they have Fortnite cards. You know, Fortnite cards is real. I guess if they did like a whole Fortnite set, that's a fucked up thing I heard about recently. Epic Games is laying off people because apparently Fortnite is not meeting expectations, and like just think about that. The video game industry ripple effects of like. We have had so many people whose goal is like, you have to make the next Fortnite. So if you make better Fortnite, like this is not me saying a new opinion. Other people have this opinion. But yeah, no, it's real though. Like if you make better Fortnite, you might have your studio shut down. If you make worse Fortnite, you're definitely going to have your studio shut down. But also if you make Fortnite, your shit's going to get shut down. Like what the fuck do you do? You can't win. Yeah, I will say I don't think that's a uniquely US problem. It's just a problem that as a Burgerlander, just something I just kind of generally notice. I kind of feel bad because my goal tonight was like, get these guys done. I kind of really like painting this guy. I kind of really like painting this motherfucker. He's just kind of really fun. Man, that's fine, you know. Technically, at the end of the stream, my Minotaurs will have more paint on them and more colors and varieties than I had when I started. So it's a net positive. It's a benefit. Oh, fuck. My thin wet palette sheet apparently ripped. Not in that crazy way. Yeah, you know, follow the fun at the end of the day. He's like the joke too. You know, he is Minotaurs enough. Like, hey, look, I painted this Minotaur. Also, these Space Marines, whatever. LOL. Yeah, it's not even like the game industry necessarily too. It was just sad. If it was just a game industry, it was just that like, unfortunately, the infinite growth idea is just very toxic and will just fuck up culture forever until something breaks. Yeah. I don't know. That's why I don't know. I find tabletop games especially comforting in this time that, like, I will say, ripple effects on the LGS kind of industry as a whole, notwithstanding, I do think if Magic was to ever die, the community edition of Magic would be really baller. I do think we would get something very similar to like every other Dead War game, every other Dead game. I do think a community edition would rise. It's technically, there's also really nothing stopping that from happening too. The nice thing about tabletop games is that they are inherently, customizable. You can kind of do what you want. Now, whether you have to deal with the fact that, like, other people might not have the same vision for that, but, like, there is always that little bit of extra shit you can do, which is nice. So I had to add a little bit of yellow to this to start, because I originally wanted this guy to be more yellow, and it's kind of getting there. So this might be one of those things where maybe the goal is I got to start. Oh, actually, maybe I just got to do I just got to do yellow, and then I got to kind of like blend it down a bit. Yeah, exactly. That's how you do it, yeah. Yeah, it's that kind of like infinite corporate grind bullshit for sure. Oh, God, fuck stuff too. It's once again, it's the worst. Hold on to your hobbies. Don't let people fuck your shit up, and just try to try to be a good person. I think that's what I generally try to do, and so far it's been working out for me. So kind of weird on there a little bit. I'm also trying to like maybe not purposely, but I'm definitely trying to do these like little up and down strokes to see if I can kind of. I've tried to do that, like, there's a way you can sort of pattern strokes to simulate fur. And to a certain degree, that is where madness lies, but I'm also kind of finding myself kind of, like, heading back there. How you doing, Lunarwin? How you doing? Oh, we should, yeah. I mean, honestly, even if your friend doesn't want to make, like, a whole big thing about it, it technically doesn't hurt anyone just to, like, put that shit up on itch, be like, hey, here are my home rules. Check this out. This is what you can do. Or like drive-through RPG, do that. Like because like over the years I've been kind of down on the idea of like heartbreakers, where it's like you're just gonna, like if you put your stuff out there, will anyone see it? To a certain extent, it also has to be like you just have to stop caring. That's little Gator Eyes. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Look at this beautiful Minotaur Space Marine I'm painting. No, I was painting Minotaur Space Marines, and I still ostensibly am. I got like a solid hour to do a little bit more on them, but I have been enjoying this Ogroid Theridon. I forget, whatever. Games Workshop names are bullshit. But yeah, how you doing? That's like another one of these like painting techniques that I've not super used, but I know a lot of people do, where they do like, you do a dark tone and then you do the bright light tone, and then you kind of glaze that down to like more of a smooth thing. I've never really fucked with that too much, but it does seem to be one that does work pretty well. I need to get better at that. That's probably the where some like real spice lies. Yeah, the yellow to try to make it look more like the actual, like the OG Minotaur scheme is very funny. Like it's actually kind of working, I think. I do need to go back and do all the like leather and belts and whatnot. Like this is probably even being a bit greedy starting to do this level of like really dirty, shitty highlighting at this stage. But I kind of just also wanted to feel for like, it's going to build up to this color. Yeah, exactly. Don't let anyone dictate your love for anything. Especially if, like, people on the internet can be assholes. I love the internet. I've grown up on the internet, but that's also where pricks lie. So you gotta watch out. Yeah, it's definitely good for blocking out highlighting. There are like really crazy individuals out there who'll do like beautiful blending, and then they'll just leave the thing next to it completely bare. And I'm like, I tend to fuck up. I'll sometimes be a little sloppy. I'll kind of make a little mistake, and it's like oh, those people are braver souls than I, for sure. Yeah. I mean, the thing is too, like, I don't know, maybe like if get them to find like because they, you know, they're definitely the minority now that like Pathfinder 2 kind of ate Pathfinder 1's lunch. It was only a matter of time, but like there are communities of people who still play Pathfinder 1E. Like it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to like look into them. I wish I could direct you to where those exist. I know they exist. Because, you know, if sometimes somebody will have like their favorite system and they will never, ever, 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 ever let it go, which is cool, you know, but it'd be like that. Yeah, so it's like, oh, there we go. Oh, yes, big wargaming with the blends. So, I mean, sometimes it's like that. Like that is kind of like the speed painting and stuff at work for sure. It's like, yeah, I mean, like sometimes they'll do little techniques. They're like, yeah, this is really cool, you should buy. Like, I love Grimdark Compendium. A lot of times their tutorials are like advertisements for their inks, which is annoying because I do like their inks, but sometimes it'll be like, hey, we're doing this really cool tutorial. And I'm like, okay, I got your inks. We're going to be releasing a new series of inks. And for this tutorial, we're going to start using that. I'm like, motherfucker. Why do you guys like this? What Grimdark Compendium? I like your stuff. Why do you like this? And I know it's because they gotta keep the lights on. I know why they're like this. It's just really funny sometimes. Yeah, I haven't really seen Heresy for Heretics, but I do. Cult of Paints every now and then is pretty legit. I don't dislike them or anything. I just don't watch them a huge amount. I mostly stopped watching a lot of hobby YouTubers except for Trent Miscast and his little permadeath channel. Not because they've done anything bad or anything. It's just I just haven't really been on it. Sometimes I'll be on big kicks for like terrain or whatever, and I'll be like, ooh, there we go. Also, I forgot to get the hands. I'm definitely got to go back and do that, but I might do. There we go. Yeah, I kind of want to start. Okay, let me get the hair. Oh, fuck, there's also. Oh, there's the underarms too. I forgot. Double forward. Yeah, I've not really looked at Flameon. Vinci V I do pop into every now and then. I think Vinci's just good for like. I really like that he's a very no frills tutorial guy. It's like, hey, I want to look up this. Vinci's got a vehicle. He's got a video that's very much that, you know. That's very much that. I'm gonna be honest. So like I like the guy who makes Malgast, like because he's the guy that does Lancer. Malgast really didn't do anything for me, and that's really to be fair, that's the design goal of Malgast. So what I would say, like, so context, Malgast is a war game made by the guy behind Lancer. It's another one of those, like, it's like, I forget exactly the story behind it. I think it's another one of those, just like, there's a city and like, there's a lot of like, it's like dead and dying and demons and whatnot, you know, pretty standard. The big thing about it is a war game that is designed for like tabletop sim. Yeah, TTS, never mind. Fuck, I forgot that's the actual acronym for it. So it's got like a lot of good support for that, and it's got little like standees and stuff like that. But because of that, as far as I can tell, I don't think that game is ever played offline and really doesn't have a hobbying component to it. Like, could I make minis for Malgast? Sure. But like, the incentive isn't there. Yeah, I believe Malgast is on the guy's web. It's only like $6 for the PDF. I think it's not too bad. I think it's actually like $666 because he's a fucking nerd. But yeah, it didn't super excite me because I need a hobby aspect to really do that. I'm glad you guys like me for hobby night. I do appreciate being the hobby lad. I mean, because like, you know, so there are a lot of people that they're, you know, and this is not like a huge dig or anything, but there's like, they want to play Warhammer. They're in the theoretical scenario that we've talked about where it's like, oh, they just don't have an LGS nearby. That's just not really a thing that exists. So TTS is what they'll do for wargaming. And so the idea of being like, okay, we're going to make a war game sort of built for the idea that you're playing it via TTS, like one that's like that's like very token and grid based and whatnot. So it's like, no, I wouldn't argue it's like Warcraft with extra steps. I'd argue it's a grid-based tactical war game, but there's just, you know, sort of like pre-made unit profiles and everything. I'm like, you know, this, I don't think it's a bad game. It just doesn't excite me personally. I will say though, if you want to play it, the online scene, I have not been there. I would almost bet my life that the scene for that is located entirely in the Lancer creators Discord. I'm sure he has a Discord. Because that's probably where like a lot of people get for like Lancer, and then also talk about like kill 6 billion demons. I'm fairly certain if you want to, if you're like, oh, this game looks rad as shit, I would like to play it. Go to that Discord. Look for that Discord. I cannot guide you to what that Discord's called or where it is, other than probably just check the guy's like online profiles. Yeah, Gundam Assemble's kind of like that too, where it's like, like, you know, or like certain like Warhammer Underworlds kind of, where it's like this are there's very specific characters, where it's like, yeah, you play that because you want to have a very specific. You want Gundam, and you want them to look a very specific way, and it's not like people aren't going to do like fucking like, I don't know, like Arizona tea looking fucking Zaku's and whatnot. That's, you know, that's going to happen. But when I look at that, I'm not thinking like, oh, all the possibilities for kit bashing. I'm just like, that's certainly a Gundam War game. Yup, that's a Gundam War game, all right. Gundam War game out of 10. How you doing, Vera? How you doing? We're talking about war games and what activates my almonds, aka I need a good way to express myself in those. I need a war game where I can like make my own dudes and do my own like mini painting and stuff like the, what's it called? Like Gundam Assemble, I think is going to be neat, but not for me probably. Hey, fuck yeah, let's go. Glad you're getting some time off. Hell yeah. You got any big plans, or are you just gonna... I don't mean this as an insult, but I can't imagine you chilling, if that makes any sense. You're just kind of like a wound up energy ball of a person. Maybe that's true. Maybe you do get some rest and get a little honk shoeing some memes and whatnot. Hey, let's go. Having some time to work on your own projects is pretty legit. I have so many projects that I need to get working on stuff. So many. I got a really big one that I finally printed all the parts for. I need to do the video. Bleh. To live near your own British friends, so I mean you can acquire British friends, and it's like it's not impossible to get a British friend. I'm not gonna act like it's easy, but I think there's like more impossible things out there in this big blue world of ours than acquiring a British friend. Yeah, I got it's one that's I've been meaning to do for a while, and I got the minis for it. I also need to do some stuff with my what's it called? I also need to do some stuff with my Space Wolves, especially like this. I want to make up my fucked up wolfin. I got the lads and I got the bits. I need to film. I'm hoping so for context, Vera. My landlord did what's called a dick move and decided to sell my house while I was renting from him. So I've been spending a lot of time recently looking for a new apartment, which I got. I signed a lease for a new place yesterday, which is good. So that's put some projects on hold for a bit. So I'm also kind of looking forward to, like, you know, inventorying all this stuff. I got all the minis and like all the supplies and all the books. Yeah, Lancer's fucking good game. I'm upset though. I'm so fucking upset. I'm upset at him. You John Lancer. I'm upset at you. That's because when he went to MagFest, he didn't bring enough copies of the limited edition variant cover Lancer because he didn't think they'd sell out. He sold out the first day, like halfway through the first day. I usually do my shopping on Sundays. He really did. I did get a signed Lancaster poster though. That was pretty legit. I can't complain too much about getting a signed Lancaster poster. Oh, fine. I misread it. You near your British friend. You have the British friend. Okay, for some reason I misread that you didn't have the British friend yet. No, I'm having a big joke. He seemed like a nice enough dude. He literally did the like. I didn't think people were gonna buy me out of stock so quickly. I didn't think this was gonna happen. I was like, oh yeah. Let's go. Suffered from success. What asked John Lancer? My online brain poison is so much. I was like, I don't know if I want to be shipped with the guy who made Lancer. I don't know. I don't know if that ship has legs. I was like, wait a minute. Fuck, you're talking about mailing. I don't know. I'll if I ever see him again in a different convention, I'll just kind of keep that as like, I think it's nice to have like it's not like I don't like own the PDFs and everything legally. I legitimately do, because you get cool extras for CompCon and whatnot. I'm okay with it. It's not head empty. I'm painting and yapping and stuff like that. Yeah, the hand job. Did anyone like have like a full conversion? Like man, it's like man, like me and this nice lady met last night, and I got 3.75 smothering times, if you know what I mean. So, oh god, mistakes were made in my life. How you doing, Grind? Yeah, I'm actually, so the funny thing is I'm actually painting the Minotaurs now. But I have also been working on this guy. This is not like oh, the Caprice. I said I'd paint the Minotaur, but I'm actually going to paint this guy. No, that was a funny, that was a funny, like, I was painting these guys. I was like, you know what? I do have an actual Minotaur I could paint if I wanted to. And it turns out that guy's actually really fun to paint. The eternal conundrum of when the joke project is still really fun. It's tricky. I think I need to do next is also get some more red too. All these guns need like another coat. Once again, it's like I will say the model has gotten more colors on it. It's definitely a thing. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's the thing that like drives me nuts for like mini painting is like, you know, they're like, I just want to show you how sometimes it works. The hobby is so funny. So, okay. So I painted this guy a little bit off stream, but not a crazy amount. So I did this in roughly 4 hours, 15 minutes. Beautiful guy, beautiful lad. And then in like the 4 hours and like 3 hours for these guys has been, you know, we got slightly redder guns. We got some metal. We did gunmetal colors. I got a couple little tubes. How you doing, Angel? It's one of those things that, as far as I can tell, I think I've always heard the idea. It was like, I don't know. It wasn't really a rumor. It was like it was one of those things that like one of the guys who really sort of worked on them for the Bad Ab books talked about the idea that they would have that, like, in theory they're either chimeric gene seed or they're like Iron Warriors gene seed, because arguably they have a lot more Iron Warriors behavior of just like, because like there's a certain like mindless berserker, just fuck it, we ball to world eaters that Minotaurs don't have. Minotaurs are like, I don't like you, I'm going to kill you with guns until you stop existing. Like that's a very more Iron Warriors behavior, you know? They both Greek. I mean, Iron Warriors are also Greek. Like that okay, this is also the problem too. There's like so many Greek and Roman I about said Vtuber chapters. Yes. Me, Halberdoct of the Mimic Vtuber chapter. Like, fucking Perturabo. Perturabo came from a planet that had active toga usage. Like, yeah, absolutely. And then so it's you got Ultramarines for Space Rome. Let's see. You got let me see. We got We got Dark Angels for basically like Space Camelot. We have, for some reason, it's always like getting the exact chapters in the right order. Emperor's Children are just kind of Terran pretty boys. Iron Warriors are Space Greek. Death Guard doesn't really have like a real cultural, like real world culture attachment. Word bearers are very just word bearers and like, I mean, definitely Thousand Sons are Egyptian. Word bearers kind of fit in that like vague sort of like Middle Eastern melange kind of dealio. You know, we got White Scars with being very obviously Mongolian. We got Space Wolf Vikings, but yeah, Greek and Roman is a well that G-Dubs goes back to a lot. So yeah, like the idea of being like, ah, yes, the word bearers of the Greek Legion. I don't know if I would really say that because like there's just so many. There's so many, and a lot others like Minotaurs definitely make it more of their thing for sure, just because you know the names and you know the iconography and whatnot. Yeah, but when I think world leaders, I don't really think Greek. I just think the Wolfmarines. Yes, they have. There is a flaw in their gene seed for the Canis Helix that kind of sometimes will turn them into Wolfen. And also, I believe that there's like a thing if they fail their initiation stuff, they sort of just turn into a Wolfman. I mean, word bearers. I mean, I would actually argue word bearers. Like, I wouldn't say Catholic, but like Colchis in particular was very, like you could maybe see kind of like Middle East sort of dealio, for sure. Good, so yeah, let's get some more red on here. I mean, do the Rough Riders really get books? I know White Scars get a decent amount of books. Played by I don't know. The thing is, like, as much as I joke about like spaceships and whatnot, a lot of that is just, you know. The fun thing about Warhammer is taking a meme and beating that dead horse until you atomize it, you know? So, like, I wouldn't say that Space Wolves get played by furries a lot. Arguably, I've seen weirdly a lot more, like, Black Templar furries online, which is, like, baffling. Like Black Templar furries is just a strange choice. I think, like, I'm not surprised that furries are into 40k. That's fine. And the idea of their personas being Space Marines sometimes too also is fine. It's still just very weird seeing, like, you know, like one of the most like super xenophobic space empire, and then you just got like a wolf. Like we got like, I could just go. Let me do. I'm gonna look up an image real quick. And let's see. Furry Black Templar. Oh, I forgot there's also a cartoon where a Black Templar just murders furries. Oh, this is gonna have stunning resolution. It's gonna be really large. This image. There we go. How you doing, Resolution Blaze? How you doing? All right, how you feel about this? Like, so, like, there's a couple of these that could be jokes, but like, that feels very sincere. I'm actually just gonna look at furry Space Marines, because they like the inherent. Oh, there we go. Okay. I will say the quality on this one's really good. But also, like, there we go. We got some. There we go. We got a Space Wolf, and I believe that's a furry White Scar. What else? What other chapters we got easy access to? Let me see. How about? Okay, there's a decent amount of actively furry. Oh, there we go. We got a furry Ultramarine. I think that's an Ultramarine. It's Ultramarine colors anyway. We'll go with that. Furry Ultramarine. Let's see what other chapters I can catch. There we go. How about, I can't play favorites. I can't play favorites. So here's a furry Chaos Space Marine. Probably a World Eater. Probably a World Eater. There we go. So let's do one more for fun. What would be? Oh, hold on. I need a furry Imperial Fist. I need a furry Imperial Fist. Hold on. Actually, no. Okay, never mind. I found one. oh, this one's a shark furry though. Okay. Get a little bit of variety. Behold, Imperial Fist. See, there you go. Furries can be whatever Space Marine chapter they want for reasons. How you doing, Alrune? How you doing? Which one? I need to delete these now. There we go. I'm gonna just find these on my PC later and be really confused. Oh yeah, there's also that there's that Thousand Suns Omegaverse fanfic that I do know exists. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of Skaven Lizardman stuff for furries for sure. God, this is amazing. I'm gonna cry. I like to bring that energy into my streams. I want every stream of mine to give the feeling that like that's amazing. I'm gonna cry. Oh shit! I need to do the little Minotaur, little boopy doops on the little horns. I guess boopy doops. I'm losing that. I just lost my ability to speak. How you doing? How you doing, 14? You just missed the furry Space Marine cavalcade. Oh yeah, I'm vaguely aware of Lucid Blocks. I know it's a game. I know that's a game that's real. It's like kind of Minecrafty, I think. Kinda. Yes, it's the Horse Heresy. Oh, there has to be Uma Musume Space Marines too, because of that. I would not be surprised if there's a picture of Horus as I have to imagine Goldship is who they're probably going to use for that. I have to guess. No, we didn't bring 30K. We didn't bring up 30K Space Marines. We're mostly just talking about furry Black Templars because it's funny. It was the question of like what is the Canis Helix like is that kind of like a real thing? Which once again it's like one of those things that like I'm aware of my exact knowledge on it is certainly lacking. So don't use me for your academic sources. Up into the recess. Here we go. What are shark furries called? I don't know. I know scalies is a thing, but sharks aren't really scale. I don't know. I don't know if like shark furries have a specific name. Honestly, my knowledge of anything furry is really lacking in these couple of years. Because I just don't see them online anymore. How you doing, Elman? How you doing? Finish? No, I'm still working. I still got like another like half an hour or so. Like, you used to be on the internet. You just run into furries like when you're doing stuff, and now you have to seek furries out. Like for all the stuff I just did, I had to go to them. Everyone who decided to make a 40K Space Marine furry, I was in their turf. I was absolutely, they have their God-given right to be a furry into Space Marine stuff. It's a name for the furry sharks. Finish? What? Not that. I don't. I'm missing the bit. How you doing, Moral Show? How you doing? How you doing? Too different. Oh yeah, there's a. Apparently, I got, and I didn't realize it. Apparently, that there's like a Skaven demon that showed up in the end of. I would like to know more about the end of the death, because that's where a lot of the really weird, like, Horus Heresy only shit pops up. Like, oh, you're doing a pun. There we go. Hold on, you'll ask your friend. Yeah. Cite your academic sources. I must know. There we I think there's like a couple that I missed some purity. No, yeah, I missed some purity seals in some of these. I'll be here all week. Oh no. But how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, people stick to their circles, but also like circles don't really need to connect as much as they used to. Like, you know, I would just, you could just be on a website and then like, this is also, once again, this also is kind of like the weird consequence of algorithmic content. Like, you know, my algorithms would very likely not send me like to any furry websites. And that's technically a feature, not a bug in that instance. You know, I don't really want to see that. It's not going to show me that. But like in a website where it's you're like more gallery based, or you're just kind of like, you know, oh, what's this? I'm going to explore. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I would argue that this is an echo chamber sort of thing, because that's usually more like an ideological deal, but it's not that far off. But it's also just, it's just like, why run into things that aren't your interest, because you'll just get your interest now. I don't know about the, like, I'm very aware that fantasy orcs are like a whole totally different thing than 40k orcs. So I'll fully admit I don't know a huge amount about fantasy orcs. Maybe they should have won, I don't know. One more that had like a little pure. Oh, this guy had like a. There we go. Okay, now I can go to the guns and I can just give them a little. Oh, what if I had a little metal bit? Yeah, I know they like to fight and stuff, but I know that's kind of like a bit less humor-based from what I understand. Not that that's like necessarily a bad thing, mind you. But yeah, fantasy works never super excited me a huge amount. I think fantasy goblins are kind of fun though. I do like fanatics and like stuff. Very much. No. So what? Okay. Not just physiologically, I mean like a vibe. Like 40k orcs are 40k orcs. There's not real, I mean like Skaven are kind of similar to 40k orcs in a way. Like they kind of got the whole like mad tech and just like shit blowing up and just kind of doing things for the hell of it. Like are fantasy and Age of Sigmar orcs like similar biologically? 100%. I mean they're still like squigs and shit. So yeah, I mean that tracks. But at least for me, a lot of times I don't know the very much the appeal. I mean, the appeal of fantasy orc is having the big cool orc guy, and that I can understand, even if I don't like. That's one of those things that like it doesn't activate my almonds, but I get why it would activate almonds. Did Skaven come? Yeah, Skaven did probably come before 40k orcs. I do know that there was also apparently a weird period where like. They were trying to do sketches for like a theoretical 40k Skaven, but a lot of those design elements just kind of got rolled back into the main branch, which is kind of interesting. Still a metal bit of. One of these guns had like a little metal chunk. And I just blanked on which one of the infinite firearms. I'll come back to it later. Closest colloquial term is fish furs. Oh, that's something, I guess. It is knowledge I did not have previously, so I'll take it. No, they actually, if I remember right, they actually did do a HUD like redesign not terribly long ago. No, there is one because HUD used to look a bit more Skaven-like. If I remember right, there's a very specific HUD. Yeah, here we go. You got have you seen Lanky Boy? Get a good picture of Lanky Boy. I think this is canonical. I guess I don't. Oh, okay. This is a credit Games Workshop 2005. Okay, I'll take it. No, they very much were like, no, thank you. These they are no longer rats. I do like him. I do think Crud look very cool. Like look at this lad. He's like a kind of like weird carapace, almost kind of like. I don't know how to say it. Just like floppy carapace. There we go. I think they basically already said something to the degree of every Skaven niche is already covered in 40k, so I don't think they ever really want to do it. You put him next to Diaper Boy, that's fine. Your rise to be a suit. I mean, I guess? But I also feel like Biotech Skaven ruins, like, I mean, I know Skaven has Clan Molder, but I still think that, like, Skaven Biotech needs to look kind of a certain way. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's the Imperium of Man, it's Orcs, it's Mechanicum. Technically Dark Eldar even too. It's like aspects of Skaven exist in so much like 40k. It's like I don't there's not really a reason to bring them in anymore. I mean, you could. I mean, like it's that usual thing to do what you want. So like if I really wanted to, I could start making Space Skaven. It wouldn't even be bad too. I could even I think even OPR does like the fucking Veermen from Mantic. They ported those rules into their version of Totally Not 40k, which is neat. I thought that was nice to do, where it's like not only did they do like these are the Totally Not G-Dubs armies, but these are Totally Not other companies' armies, so that you could also run them as well. Which I was like, oh, that's a nice touch. Because I think there's like a specific Plague Zombie thing they used, which is also like a Mantic thing, which is not quite Nurgle Plague Zombies. Yeah. But fuck you and got mine is real. That's a big Skaven tenant. I would argue also like a lot of homunculi stuff is very Clan Boulder too. They love looting. Like they like to go fast. I don't think Dark Eldar are a bad comparison to Skaven, honestly. I do kind of agree with the general sentiment that the Imperium of Man is like man truly is Skaven. But like I do also think if someone was like, how make a Skaven army for 40k, I probably would use Dark Eldar as a basis. Probably get me some big fancy Talos paint engines and make them like big rat fuckers or whatever. Like a big floaty meat rat or whatever. That sounds like fun. That sounds neat. It's kind of low on my current project because I'm going to be honest, it's not like I don't have actual Skaven to paint before I dive into weird esoteric Skaven. He's a very, like, that HUD design is very, like, sci-fi. Like, I understand that 40k is basically space fantasy, but every now and then they do have, like, a really sci-fi looking sci-fi thing, and I do like it. I still the thing I want the most, though. The alien I want the most in 40k. I don't need a whole army. I just want a rat goal kill team. I want a rat goal to kill team so bad. I want a rat goal kill team. They're so fun. I love them so much. They're idiots that just fucking blast around through space with like really shitty faulty radiation, like nuclear drives that bake themselves in radiation. They have the cyborg kind of fascination of orcs, but with none of the whimsy. They're gigantic, horrible lizard monsters. They're super fun. They're from the Rogue Trader TRPG, which is why I don't think they're ever going to be a thing, because from what I understand, the way this sort of like kind of copyright thing works, or like, you know, Dark Heresy was going to be a Black Industries imprint for Games Workshop. So basically everything in Black Heresy, at least first edition, is pretty safely canon. Or at least, you know, canon with the usual G-dubs might have changed things and other stuff. They don't give a shit. But like, I think once you start getting to like Rogue Trader and like Death Watch and all those other books where it was definitely like Fantasy Flight Games had a bit more leeway for making stuff, that's where the, like, once again, they're not going to be like, these are non-canon. They're just going to do that G-dub thing like, well, we'll just not mention them for 20 years. And then, you know, they're still canon. They just never get brought up and they don't really matter. And, you know, shut up. Stop asking about them. Stop it. Stop it. But that's a little, I mean, you know, I mean, the recent Owlcat games have kind of done a little bit to sort of backtrack on that. Oh man, if like the fact that they never showed up was kind of upsetting. The fucking maybe Reckle did show up in the Rogue Trader RPG, and I just never played far enough to find out. That would almost genuinely get me to get back into playing that game. I keep forgetting I need to get the fucking copy book. Reading because of shitty Thor movie. Really, I believe you. I just don't. I don't know if I know that one off the top of my head. The bloody tank. That's technically what I'm doing for the big. Where my local scene's wanting to do a big turn up, basically an apocalypse game, and I'm running the tank cult. because I really, really, really like that idea of just having my turnip guys roll up in just like a fucking tank. Don't forget the new Necron DLC. I'm aware of it. I just haven't played it. It's tricky because I don't really have a lot of time for video games outside the stream, except for Slay the Spire 2, my beloved. I love Slay the Spire so much. Fucking love Slay the Spire. It's so good. It's Slay the Spire 2 so good. It's so good. I was worried. I was like, Slay the Spire 1 was really good. Will Slay the Spire 2 also be good? It was good. Spoilers, it was good. It was real fucking good. I've been having a lot of fun with what's her name? The Silent has a really, really fun build where it's like it's a power that whenever you draw a card you do 2 damage to everything. I love that build so much. I just love just like power cycling through my deck, drawing like a million cards and just exploding everything around me. It's the best. I love it. It's so good. And I'm putting down a little bit of a warm brown skin thing for the end. I'm going to eventually do the plasma kind of coppery paint over that. Yeah, everything becomes crabs. Everything becomes rats. Everything can become the forbidden rat crab. Very dangerous. I'm sure, like, I am sure that especially because like Fantasy Flight Games as an entity now is in a very weird spot. I know that they were bought by the Embracer Group ages ago, and I don't recall if they're still doing anything. I know, like, X-Wing got gutted and, like, a bunch of other stuff. I don't know what their current status is. I can't imagine it's good. I can't imagine whatever they're up to these days is great. I forgot about metal. My goal is just to get, like, a couple little highlights on the guns. Fuck, I keep forgetting. I was like, I know one of these needs its like spikes and rails and whatnot painted, and I'm like, I'll remember it eventually. I'm like, no, this is the one, and I totally forego like every single time. Shitty forever, it's fine. Perfect Adepticon previews. Those are like the end of the month, I think. Those would be neat. Did I mute the ads in time? Maybe? I think so. I think I did. So I think I need to keep hitting the shoulders too. I don't know why. Like I feel like I need to get more and more in the shoulder. A bit more on this gun. I'll do this week. Hell yeah, let's go. I have to imagine that it's going to be. If this theoretical Age of Sigmar refresh is happening, it's probably going to be announced then. If not, I feel like it would be like. Here's also the thing about this theoretical, like, oh, they want to do like a big end times, 10th, like 8th edition Cicatrix Maledictum shakeup thing. It also is like roughly time for It's also roughly time for 11th edition, too. I don't think they would drop 2 big, like, edition things in one go. I could be wrong, you know. I feel like having previews for new editions of both games at the same time would be, like, too much. I still think I need to, unfortunately, do an ad break, but I think I can get away with a 2-minute one. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that real quick. Let's do what? Huh. Well, mistakes were made. not unfixable mistakes. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna pop the guy off his base so I can get into the gooch. And one hoof did not come off. It doesn't seem like a terribly bad snap. It's definitely one that I can fix, especially because it's like a pretty good joint. I was like, oh fuck. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that gooch never got primed either. This is definitely glued on and then primed. Yeah, I mean, so I give you a proper hi there. How you doing? How you doing? That's fine. That's fine. Like, I'm trying to think of like what would be the big like thank you G-dubs I owe you my firstborn son kind of thing. Like would that be if they finally made True Mechanicum, like if they released some units for that? Like, I kind of agree realistically they're probably just going to release another fucking plastic tank and, maybe like one other rando unit. Arguably, actually, probably, I have to imagine probably, I feel like Mark IV armor would make sense. Like, I feel like Mark IV armor reveal wouldn't be particularly buck wild. So maybe that's probably going to be like that. I feel like that would be reasonably on the docket, you know. I don't think that would be a particularly crazy ask. Yeah, it's fine. I need to get up in that gooch anyway. So this is just ripping off that Band-Aid now. He's looking pretty nice though. I do like him. Like I do think I'm going to try to give him like the nice thing, once again, about like a lot of Age of Sigmar, like Slaves to Darkness chaos stuff, I could probably run this guy in fantasy as like a Beastman thing or like honestly, Demon Prince without wings wouldn't be bad. I could totally run this guy as a Demon Prince without wings and just get me like a 60mm square base and he'd be hunky-dory. I have to do that, you know? Yeah, more Skitari would make sense too. Yeah, that wouldn't be particularly buck wild. What needs done? What needs done for you, buddy? Oh yeah, I want to get some more yellow, like a brighter yellow. Let me try this ochre real quick. There might be, yeah. There might be ogres. I don't know. I don't particularly know. I do need to do I will say my local. It does seem like an old world is going to be in my future at some point. My local group just keeps talking about it. I think it's only a matter of time, and I have like a decent amount of models for it. So I don't think. Oh yeah, I don't think I give you a supremely nice. Thank you for the hydrate. You know that Bigfoot dislikes backtalk. He's a member of the Sass Watch. Oh, I like that one actually. That's fun. His base size is a 50 mil. So if I could just get like a 60 mil equivalent, that wouldn't be too bad. Kind of like starter yellow, and then enamel wash will happen, and I'll probably brighten this up a little bit. Not doing like a full-on glow, just more like a dirty cable kind of deal. You like that to fuck? No, I'm predictable. You just have like a whole pocket full of just puns that I would enjoy. Man, fucked up. Played me like a damn fiddle. But yeah, I figure if I just get like, honestly, an order of plastic 60mm square bases would probably do me some good. That probably wouldn't be a bad thing to have. Like that, that's one thing that I like to order on eBay every now and then, just like bases. Ordering bases on eBay is very good to do. I think it's a good habit to get into, especially if you're doing 3D printing. Like, I know you can 3D print your own bases, but for me, there is like a certain stability to plastic bases in terms of just like consistency and quality and durability and stuff like that. That I'm just like, yeah, I'd rather somebody else handle this than myself. You're looking good. Probably could do a little bit more with the... Could do brown. That bottom tip supposed to be metal? I think so. I think I can get that as well. Actually, let me get some burgundy brown for all the stuff. I could. I actually do think I have a... Oh, no, I think I have a one... How many Dragon Ogres do you typically run? I have one. I have one singular Dragon Ogre that I got ages ago in, like, a trade. It's just... It was sitting in my closet. Now it is currently sitting in a box for moving reasons. I'm sure... Because I think what I ended up doing is... Oh, yeah, I used him to paint... I used him to test, like, a sandstone paint job. I was using sandstone... I was using a sandstone sort of look for some terrain that I was doing. I was like, oh yeah, I'll use him as a tester. Like he's like what's it called? God, some of the angles on this, where like he was like, oh, yeah, this would be like a nice statue. How's it going? Ugh. Got so much nonsense going on. Fuck. I mean, they are like veterans. Out of all the guys, you know, all the guys to have extra Space Marine little bips and bops. These guys are the ones to do it. So that's okay. Touch him up on the base. We're doing pretty decent time. And then the funny thing is, I know what's going to happen deep in my heart is I'm going to pack them. I'm going to find these guys like 6 months later and be like, oh yeah, I never finished them, and then do that, and the cycle will repeat, and the cycle will repeat anew. Oh, I can pronounce things sometimes. Sometimes I can pronounce things. Yeah, goose nights. Have a gander of an evening. Do sometimes I feel like it. I think the big thing is that I really want right now for like my old world. So I still got the Manticore I need to paint, but I need to paint the Manticore off stream because like, oh my god, that guy is just nothing but angles. Like the Manticore is the model that I think I've had the most frustration with painting actively on stream, and it's not. It's mostly just because the model was not designed to be painted on stream, you know. I mean, that kind of makes sense. They come in a unit, right? Like, it's not just like one Dragon Ogre. Yeah, so these kits for the veterans, like, something that Games Workshop was like teasing a little bit is like Marines with more of the older armor marks. Games Workshop at some point realized, oh, people like older Marine designs. So like, you know, they'll have like newer guys with like, you know, they'll still have like the Mark 10 armor. But they'll slip in like a cheeky little helmet or like a cheeky little other detail or whatever. And supposedly, speaking about like weird rumor BS, I remember that there was one that was like, yeah, they're not going to like bring back tactical squads. Some people are thinking that. I think they're on crack. I think probably what sounds like I keep hearing is that they're going just to, you know, sort of turn the Intercessor squad like visually more into a kind of like mix and match where you get a lot more heads and other stuff. So you could have them look a bit older and look a bit different, but they're still probably going to be mostly just, you know, doing Intercessor bullshit. Which I think that makes sense, you know. Yeah. I think realistically overall though, making him a Demon Prince would just be like the most like I want this guy to show up in an army that I will run. So, oh yeah, also these guys have little leg pouches for all these, which I forgot about. So I think I'm gonna go for that. I think I'm gonna go for that. Yeah, way easier too, because like realistically, I also have a winged. I have one of the. It's not like the super old Demon Prince. It's not like a really incredibly old one, but I have the plastic one that was before the current one. And I have one of the, I need to make him have a square base too. And I think having one, so I could be like, okay, you are the, what's it called? What's it called? You are the flying one and you're gonna not be. I could do some kind of jazzed up with them. I was thinking a friend of mine has what's it called? The friend I play with the most. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I'm actually working on the Minotaurs, like the Marines this time, which is kind of fun. He plays a lot of undead armies, so I thought it'd be fun. Like he does like vampire counts equivalent. So I was thinking what'd be fun to do is actually just have the base just covered in like cracked, just like gravestones, but just like shattered and broken into chunks. Not like I'm bullying you, but just kind of like yeah, you're my bud. This is your army, so like it's a fun way to incorporate your stuff into mine. And like, here's the thing. Bestiarm has a really good set of gravestones. I print these out constantly if I need like if you have a 3D printer, I would recommend just like every now and then pick up like STL of little bits and bobs. And when you're doing a print, you'll probably have some extra space that you're like, I don't know what, I don't know what I want to put in here. Putting like a little bit of base decoration in your print is nice. I haven't done that in a while. I used to do that a lot more, and I've kind of like, it's been so long since my 3D printer has been consistently working that I forgot that rhythm. It's really handy, yeah. I could, yeah. It's mostly for like trophy specific stuff, whether I have access to it or not. But like, if I could get some, maybe. Well, speaking about wolves, I have like the older space wolf wolves that I do want to use for I want to use them for bikers equivalent, because I'm not playing an era where like Thunderwolf Cavalry or thing. I do got some biker boys. I need some bikers fills. Like I can put them on a big wolf. So right now he's also mostly doing like just straight up just undead. So it's like maybe like a vampire skull would probably be the way to do it. Like he's mostly rocking like a vampire lord, a necromancer, and just like a bunch of just like chaff undead dudes, as one does. Yeah. There's a bunch of good, like, I mean, the usual, like, stuff like dirt and whatever is pretty legit for basing. I will say though, for just there are lots of like really useful little like $2 and $3 little STLs you can pick up for terrain. I do use a guy called like Zabavka. His stuff is usually kind of more around like the $10 thing, but like I usually go for his monthly. Every now and then I'll get his monthly subscription, but otherwise he's just got like a bunch of like really good one-off stuff, like all my piles of corpses, all those graves, a bunch of extra gravestone stuff. Somebody has to, like, I feel like, I feel like a vampire skull is like a pretty reasonable ask. I need to do a little bit of dry brushing to bring that back. Maybe the wash should be fine. Maybe the wash should be fine. Oh yeah, okay, fuck. I'm like, before I forget, I gotta get your fucking rail thing. So I have to read my mood. Hey, let's go. Always like a weirdly disorienting thing when you wake up from a sleep like that, but hopefully you're having fun. Hell yeah. I've been listening to Toho jazz this entire evening, and I thought I think that was a good choice. Once again, you can just look up any music genre and then add Toho to it, and you're gonna get some real quality tunes. Oh, yeah, I also gotta get this a little bit. There's also like unfortunately, there's like a million little little metal bit. I find painting bolters really annoying, because no matter what you do, like every bolter seems to have like a million little bits for no reason, and it fucks my shit up. Like there's always just like a bunch of little and there's just like little dots. If you can, some of the dots you can leave alone, but I feel like some of them, if you ignore them, you kind of lose some of the je ne sais quoi of the model. So I try not to. do I want to do for that? Oh yeah, you know, I've been painting leather. Let's add a little bit of leather to the lead. He's got very distinct, just like little leather sections that I can just kind of do that. Nothing too crazy. Kind of instantly adds a little bit of color on there. He's got little metal dots. I guess I could also, to a certain degree, hit my bolters up with those like little paint markers. That's probably the ticket, actually. I probably need to start using those for bolters specifically. Those paint markers are really handy too. I don't know about the ones that are like this marker contains speed paint. Those I kind of wonder about, like the idea that like you actually like, you know, marker your way through an entire entire model. I have not found a good use for those, and that seems to be mostly like a flavor of the month miniature YouTuber hype thing. I could be wrong. I'm sure. I mean, mind you, even like a hype thing, there's always like some guy that does like the most beautiful paint job you've ever seen with one of those, and be like, yeah, this is just a thing I do, haha. But also by that same token, like I don't think I need those in there. But I will say that the AK ones are pretty solid. Really excited for this guy now. Yeah, I'll need to find a vampire skull, assuming that's I cannot. It's gonna be too hard to find. But worst case, if I don't, I still can do like the cracked gravestones and whatnot. And I think I got some zombie bits that I could just put on my base. Oh yeah, I have I used to be subscribed to OPR, and like I have just like a bunch of shit now. So, fix it later. And I have their entire I have their entire zombie army. Their entire vampire counts equivalent. And like I don't need a vampire skull if I you know, I might just take one of those and just print out the body and cut off the head. And like, you know, the nice thing about like vampire knights is that if you remove the head, you got a knight body. I'm sure I could find a use for that. Okay, I think it's coming together actually. But I think the big first step is I need to order a bunch of 60mm square bases, which I think will be good. I think it'll be good. I feel like a little charmer. I'll paint that for now. Right now, yeah, we're kind of like really early on into fucking around with like rank and flank stuff, and he's like, I just want to do like a bunch of zombies. Also, he was like, oh, I want to do chaos or a bunch of zombies. And it's like, you basically always do chaos. I'm going to do the zombies. I was like, yep, cool. It is really funny, though, in OPR, though. So, like, you could run Stormcast in that game as a rank and flank army, which I think I have enough. If I don't have enough painted, I definitely could get some painted. And, like, there's such like a very weird feeling about that. Like not like an upsetting one, just kind of like it's like, oh, I don't think you're allowed to do that. Oh, he's got like a little, he's got like a leather little crotch area thing. I can give him some underwear equivalents. No one will ever see. This is a model whose gooch is just not visible. Like no one should be peering at this gooch. Like, you requires very specific angles for this gooch to manifest. Yeah. I'm very curious, though, because, like, I have painted Stormcast. It would be nice to use them, you know? It would be nice to use them on the tabletop. I mean, the reason I paint them is I'm going to be... if I take a picture of them, and I hit the one magic angle where, like, an unpainted gooch exists... and that unpainted gooch is like underneath the model in a way that I have to rip him off his base, I'm gonna scream forever into the void. I'm just gonna do nothing but just like howl at the moon in rage. I will become Wolfen. I will become Werewolf Man. I will yell at Cloud. And that's why I make sure to paint the shit anyway, even though it probably won't matter. His leather was like pretty. Oh no, he's got like a bunch of little touch-up bits I gotta do. This look pretty nice so far. Yes, I will be. It's a good check on my mini. She'd be disappointed. Disappointed for lack of stuff in the gooch, or disappointed just how much just like paintless gooch you are harboring. So just like the idea of harboring is like it's like ah yes, unpainted gooch, $300 crime. the true path of the beast. Going beast mode on the gooch. Looks like a bunch of skulls I could kind of knock out pretty quickly too. This is, I do think, you harbor unpainted gooch. Gasp, I say. Oh, yeah, I guess I could get the little leather bits back here and try to repaint over the metal that I did. I don't know why I did not think that this would be leather. I was like, oh yes, metal clamps on tail. Which I guess, to be fair, the idea of like a metal tail clamp for something like this isn't that weird. But I was like, yeah, no, there's too much flex there. There's too much flex going on. It's just fucking severed ass foot just makes me feel bad. I'm just like, oh yeah, no. Oh no, there's leather on the foot. I have to paint vaguely around the stump. I mean, also, to be fair though, if you're not doing what I do, like you know, the vast majority of people on this beautiful spinning blue planet of ours, they paint a mini and they go, wow, and put it on a shelf, or they paint a mini and go, wow, and take it to their shop, and people at the shop go, wow, and they never look at the gooch. Needing a fully painted gooch is objectively an abnormal experience. I have to. I live the life that requires me to paint gooch. But most people don't need that. I think you can get away with your sickening goochless behavior. That's way too much fun in there. I don't want to get any more. Like, sometimes if I have a paint that just sits on the wet palette for a while, I'm like, I don't want to get any more out. So I guess I'll just just swoosh around like very, very wet paint that has like no coverage whatsoever. Yeah, I made progress today on the Sternguard. However, this guy definitely took up most. I guess that's what I'm thinking of. It's like, man, I painted these guys for like 4 hours and made like barely any progress. It's because this guy's the progress. I'm gonna be real. This guy is the real progress. He's the friends we made. Everybody who checks out the stream later, they're like, fuck yeah, I love Minotaurs. I love Sternguard. And they show up and I'm just doing this Age of Sigmar motherfucker. They're gonna be like, I'm upset. I'm weeping, bro. I'm a weeping bell. Like the Pokemon, but for tears. I don't know why they sound like that. I don't know why they went baby cakes to Kermit. That's not what they would sound like at all, but whatever. It'd be like that sometimes. The funny thing is, I actually wanted to show this guy as like a method of my dry brush method. I guess I can't. I guess I still can. I can at least get the shoulder pads. I don't know about this area, is a little dangerous, but the shoulder pads would be fine. Especially because, I have not tried... Okay, so recently, I got a bronze color. Bronze. From Pro Acryl. I have never tried dry brushing the bronze over this color. Usually I do gold. I still think gold is probably the right choice. However, I need to know. I need to know what this looks like. Because if this looks good, this might be my Minotaurs scheme going forward. So like the sooner I resolve this, the better. See, these are big enough I could use this size brush. Gooch is life, Gooch is love. Indeed. Indeedly. Alright, so we got that. I can also get the horn. Oh, that does look good. Oh, that looks really nice, actually. Hold on. Yup, I think this is a good choice. Like, I'll leave the undersides a little bit, but it's like, yeah, no. Oh, he's got a little Chaos Star I gotta hit up on there too, but yeah, okay. Good to know. Pro Acryl Bronze, dry brushed over rough iron from Vallejo. Looks good. Probably will look even better with a wash. Hell yeah. Put on there too. You can always just go back with the other metal. No painted on Gooch was the friends we made along the way. Indeed. Hey, you. Okay, there we go. Maybe I can try to get a little... No, I can... Okay. Oh, fuck. The angles... I keep blasting his chin, but luckily I didn't paint it, so it doesn't Don't look too bad. All right, here we go. This is the actual Minotaur that got painted tonight. These other guys, stuff happened. Not in a bad way. They did get farther along. Real MVP of the show right here. Let me zoom out a little bit so he looks a little better. Yeah, look at you, buddy. Look at you. Look at this handsome man. All right. Let's go to the chatting screen, though, because it is late. Pots for bottles. I mean, don't give them their money. Listen. Like, if other people offer that service, do that instead. Oh yeah. But yeah, thank you for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun schedule-wise. On Thursday, we were playing more Esoteric Ebb. That is the game that it's like Disco Elysium, but in like a D&D fantasy setting. So that's pretty cool. And then on Sunday, I don't know what I'm painting on Sunday yet. I lately I've been just like, I don't know what I'm actually going to be painting most of the time, but that's fine. That's fine. I have stuff. And with that, I'm going to cut the YouTube nerds loose. So bye, YouTube nerds. Bye-bye. And I saw some is on.